You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning. Today is Monday, June 15, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Joining us today, we have American Sign Language interpreters Dario Garcia and Selena Saloon. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Passeroni.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners, County leaders, and staff. You are invited to join me if you so choose. Almighty God, today as we pray for the members of this court, we are reminded of the words in 2 Timothy. Therefore, I exhort, first of all, that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all who are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and reverence. Right now, Lord, much of life does not seem quiet and peaceable, but rather chaotic and disorderly, the very opposite of your plan and desire for your people. Therefore, we heed the words of the Apostle Paul, and we pray for all who are in authority in our court and our county today, especially the elected officials who are leading this meeting. We lift up our county judge, Judge Samaniego, Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Pettis, Commissioner Stout, and Commissioner Robinson to your throne of grace. We ask you to touch them and give them physical, emotional, and spiritual strength for the challenges of each new day. Your word tells us that you can turn the hearts of kings, and we pray that you will turn the heart of each member of this court so that line upon line and precept upon precept, the plans and decisions that are decreed from this court will be pleasing and acceptable to you. In continuing to pray for all who are in authority, we join together to pray for El Paso's law enforcement community. Lord, we ask that you would call the community to build a wall of prayer around those who keep the peace, around those who put themselves on the line every day to see that we live in the peaceful and orderly society that you intend for us. We especially pray for the officer who was shot last night while responding to another call. Touch him and quickly bring physical healing to his body. May he find peace in you and have no emotional scars from the shooting. In giving us the 10 Commandments, you made it very clear that you want us to live by the rule of law. We thank you every day for those who make that possible. We close with your words in 2 Samuel. He who rules over men must be just, ruling in the fear, the reverence of God. And from Proverbs, the integrity of the upright will guide them. Search our hearts and let the words of our mouths and the meditations of our hearts be acceptable in your sight. O Lord, we pray boldly in the name of your most holy Son, Jesus. Amen, and so be it.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferroni. Always a pleasure to have you. And on behalf of myself and the commissioners, we welcome you to Commissioners Court. We thank you for being part of our Commissioners Court. And I know we've had some lengthy meetings going forward, but I'd like to see what we can do to make it a lot more efficient for everyone.
I'll probably have to make the community a better place to live. But the tone, maybe.
Sorry about that.
Miguel, are we okay?
Yes,
okay.
I was calling Commissioner. Sorry about that.
Just okay, thank you. So just want to thank you for being here. A lot of information, as I've said, that we share, but we're also working hard to make it a little bit more efficient. We've had some long meetings, and I know a lot of people waiting. So one of the things I'd like to do going forward is to have a full hour of lunch, because I know some of our department heads are waiting and they don't know exactly what time they're going to come in, and that's been a little stressful for them. So as close to 12:15, we'll break for 1 hour lunch. I think we all need to refresh and be able to feel better during the afternoon. Lots of important decisions need to be made, and whatever opportunities we have, I'll also find some opportunities to take a break and not have 3-4 hours without taking a break. So just trying to know, it might expand it a little, but if we're all, commissioners, myself, if we're a little bit more efficient in our communication, that might help tremendously. I will be talking during the COVID topic. I'll be talking a little bit about the order, about the rulings, on the what's happening with our elections, happening with parades, the fireworks. There's a lot of information that's part of the order that we need to communicate. We're finding that not everyone is kept up to the changes in the order and the things that we need to do to be able to address our concerns. Numbers are continuing to go up, or at least staying steady, and no indication of a decline. We have had deaths as well, and we really our condolences to the families and to our community at large for having to experience such a difficult situation as people in our community dying with the COVID, and our inability, in a sense, to flatten the curve. A lot of variables, and I know it's very difficult, but I think we all have to individually make an effort. I also want to address, the court ruling. This morning, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the federal law protects gay and transgender citizens from discrimination. It is now clear that an employee cannot legally fire a person because the employee is gay or transgender. This is an important win for the LGBTQ community and for all of us. We're a better community. Every member is treated equally and fairly. This is news that comes where there's so much disruption and unfairness. I think it's a great ruling. It takes a lot of courage to be able to move in that direction. But I'm also especially proud that El Paso County passed a harassment policy in 2012 that has recognized the importance of treating every person equally and fair in their employment. We have and will continue to be leaders in equity and inclusion. And so I thank HR, Betsy, from 2012, that we're way ahead. I've always said that the county is in a great position to be a role model in everything that happens in our community. It's really a lot easier for myself and for our commissioners to speak and have a vision on things that are important for the community when we're doing them ourselves. I also feel very good about when we share best practices or anything that we do to help the community. Nicole and her team were able to share the employee recovery coming back to work with the Border Patrol chief was extremely, Gloria Chavez was extremely appreciative of our efforts to be able to move in that direction and help them out. They're very pleased and very complimentary about what we were doing for us to do the right thing, to have a safe environment, to be able to move in the right direction, and making sure that we don't put any of our public or any of our employees to put them in any danger or any in a not safe environment. So once again, I thank the county, all the employees, the department heads for being role models in our community and doing the right thing in everything that comes in the way of programs or initiatives for the community, that we're on top of them. Once again, the Supreme Court ruling, I feel, begins to move in the right direction as an inclusive community. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4X. We do have a correction for item 4U. The correction is from the County Attorney's Office. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the change order number 1 to the Far East Water Tank Pipe Replacement Project with Champion Tank Services LLC. This change order will enable the vendor to apply a new coating to the interior of the elevated water storage tank during this period of the temporary bypass of the tank system. Further authorize a correction to the project funding source. Corrected funding in the amount of $108,000 is available in EP East Montana Cap-Out Water Systems Improvement. Contract number 2020-0483. Are there any items that members of the court would like to pull for further discussion?
Commissioners?
Motion to approve the rest.
Second?
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the week of June 14, 2020 through June 20, 2020 as National Flag Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
Item
Commissioner
5A,
Robinson?
we won't delete that item. That 5A we won't delete.
Okay, Christina, could you guide us on that? What do we need to do here?
Second. I'll second his motion.
Hi, Judge. He just,
Okay.
yeah, he's just requesting it be deleted, and that's fine. Yeah, just go ahead and delete it as such.
Okay,
Commissioner
thank you.
Bettis?
And Commissioner Bettis is second the motion.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
and Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing June 19, 2020 as Juneteenth Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Come on. Read it. I'm coming out. Just a minute, sir.
Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, setting in motion the end of slavery in the United States, and whereas the Civil War ended with the surrender of General Lee at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9, 1865, and whereas this news reached Texas when Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston Bay with Union troops. It was on January 19, 1865 that he announced the people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation for the executive of the United States, all slaves are free, and whereas the celebration of the end of slavery, which became known as Juneteenth, is the oldest known public celebration of the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and celebrates successes gained through education and greater opportunity, and whereas on a larger scale, celebration of Juneteenth reminds each of us the precious promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity, which are at the core of the American dream. Whereas on January 1st, 1980, Juneteenth became an official state holiday through the efforts of Al Edwards, an African-American state legislator. That successful passage of this bill marked Juneteenth as the first emancipation celebration granted official state recognition, and now therefore be it resolved by the court, El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court, that June 19th, 2020 be known as Juneteenth Day, signed this 15th day of June.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Judge, if you allow, oh, I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson. Absolutely.
I just want to make a few comments in that regard. The Juneteenth has been celebrated here in El Paso for a number of years. As far as I've been involved with Juneteenth for about 20 years. We generally will have a celebration. We have a picnic free to the community at one of the parks in El Paso. We have entertainment and other activities, speeches. But because of the pandemic, those activities will be curtailed to hopefully we'll be back to resume next year. But still, Juneteenth is a very significant day in El Paso, but more so in the United States, because Juneteenth is celebrated in probably about 150 cities across the nation, not just in Texas, but throughout the nation. It's unfortunate that, when slavery ended by Abraham Lincoln, that it took 2.5 years for the slaves in Texas to be informed. But thus, we continue on, and I'll wait and hear other comments from the rest of the commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. I'm always really appreciative that you bring this forth and to our community. Always such an important part of our community and the different cultures that makes us who we are here in El Paso. So I appreciate this resolution, especially coming from you and your passion that you've shown throughout. Thank you very much, Commissioner Robinson.
Well, let me add one more comment.
Sure, absolutely.
Juneteenth is African American, but Juneteenth is celebrated not just by African Americans. It's celebrated by all the community, because the activity that we hold generally here in El Paso is open to the public, not just say African American. We say Juneteenth because it's significant, the one that's appropriately applied to, but it applies to the community as a whole.
Absolutely. Appreciate that additional comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Thank you, Judge. Item number 6 is public comment. We do have 2 speakers signed up to speak. The first speaker we have is Dave Valero.
Placing the phone call.
Thank you, Miguel.
Still calling.
Please leave your message for 9158.
I'm going to try the second one. Mr. Chris Yeagle.
What's the name again?
Chris Yeagle.
Chris Yeagle? Thank you.
Yeagle.
Hello, this is Chris.
Hello, Mr. Yeagle. This is the Commissioner's Court. You can state your name and address the court. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Chris Yeagle, and I thank you for your time, Commissioners. I just want to make a general statement concerning the issue of defunding the police or the sheriff's office or anything related to that. So first off, I'm kind of in an area of expertise that might be different from the average citizen. I'm a West Point graduate, former Army officer. I was in the military police corps. During that time, I commanded a SWAT team and ran several military police units, so I'm very familiar with police operations, and I have some special training in that area. Also have a master's in security management and asset protection. So I'm speaking from a place of education and what I'm about to say. So I think we are entering into, in our country and in different areas, a slippery slope in terms of defunding police organizations at any level. And so here are a couple of the issues I think we might want to consider. So typically when you defund a police organization, either military, civilian, or whatever it may be, you'll defund them, but so that limits their capabilities. But there's not a linear relationship with people wishing to do harm in that municipality. So in other words, just because the cops say, well, we're going to reduce our capabilities by defunding and diverting funding to other areas, doesn't mean that the quote unquote bad guys are going to say, well, look, hey, they're de-escalating, so we will too. No, it doesn't really happen that way. In fact, it happens the opposite way in many cases. They realize the opportunities have gone up, so they escalate. So a de-escalation can lead to an escalation on those wishing to do criminal activity. So that's something to consider. Another thing you want to consider too is just because you defund a police organization or give them less ability to equip themselves or have training or things like that, doesn't necessarily mean that their mission changes. Gosh, I saw that in the Army all the time. Yeah, we're going to give you, 20 grand less this year, but your mission is the same and or it's gone up. So now in the case of a police force, mission stays the same essentially, but we give you less resources and capabilities. So it's more dangerous for the officers who don't have as high quality protective equipment that they need. I'm not talking about offensive equipment. I'm talking about defensive equipment, shields, body armor, things like that. Then also too, so you have that. You have that reduction. Then stress levels go up. Okay, I'm supposed to do the same mission with less capability, less resources. And so stress levels among the officers are going to go up. In stressful situations, people can decide to do things in a hasty manner, maybe not in line specifically with what they're supposed to do based on survival. So the stress levels go up, and to need to make decisions in a stressful environment might lead to bad choices. And then along the same lines, so they don't have the capabilities. Already we don't probably support our police organizations with proper mental health resources. So you have officers who don't have a place to turn as readily as they should with dealing with PTSD. You've been a career officer. You've seen your best friend shot at a traffic stop. You've seen another friend killed at a domestic violence response. You're suffering from PTSD, whether they want to admit it or not, whether we want to believe they are or not. So now you've taken away capabilities and resources. And if we're not really funding mental health resources now, today, with full funding, how are we going to fund those things in the future if we reduce funding? That's going to be cut. So we're increasing stress, increasing or decreasing the amount of resources available for officers to stay healthy in all ways and protected. And then in recap, you also have probably the escalation of those wishing to do illegal activity in response to the de-escalation of our ability to thwart those initiatives. So, man, it just seems like there's no case for defunding a police or sheriff operation. In fact, we should probably throw more funds into it and absolutely change the way we're training them based on national events. But just my 2 cents from a former military officer and someone experienced in police operations. Thank you for your time, and may you make the best decisions for our county. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your comments, Mr. Yeagle. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to reach out to Mr. Valero again.
Okay, thank you, Miguel.
Bye-bye. Hello, this is Dave.
Hello, Mr. Valero. This is the Commissioner's Court. Please state your full name and you can address the court. You have 5 minutes to make your statement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. And,
if you can turn down your YouTube feed, please.
Okay.
And you can go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. And thank you for your hard work to keep the people of El Paso safe. I'm sorry. Thank you for your hard work to keep the people of El Paso safe during these challenging times as we face the controversial COVID virus. I'm Dave Valero, president of Firepower 40, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. I'm a native El Pasoan and a retired firefighter who served the people of El Paso in the El Paso Fire Department from 1994 to 2015. I'm here to offer my perspective of the culture of the law enforcement in El Paso, and I'm here to show support for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. In 21 years that I've served alongside and responded to incidents with law enforcement officers, I never noticed a single incident that would support the alarms being activated and the urgency with which they are being activated here today. I'm not saying in any way that there isn't a systemic problem with racism in our country. I believe there is, and I think it's great that the open conversations are happening. Now, is this a problem within the law enforcement lines of El Paso? I can only offer my perspective and honest opinion of what I experienced out there on the front lines. I never saw it happen. I never witnessed in all the calls I ran with law enforcement, I never saw something that would justify the immediate reaction to redirect law enforcement funding for what is demanded here today. I'm not saying it's not something that from which our deputies can benefit somewhere in the near future, but to react with the urgency and oppose the expert opinion of Sheriff Wiles and Pete Ferroni, to oppose the men and women who've been placed in charge is unacceptable. It's just too early to propose, especially while those men and women, as Chris Yeagle just mentioned, especially while these men and women are out there on the front lines facing these issues, this stress. It's just sending the wrong message to them and to their families from behind a desk. It's the wrong message. This is a challenging time you're facing as commissioners, and making tough decisions is the hallmark of effective leaders. I'd like to close start to close here with an offer, a look at General Colin Powell's 40-70 rule of decision making, where he taught us you should have no less than 40% and no more than 70% of the information you need to make a qualified decision. The 70% is really taught to us in a way that if you're waiting for more than 70% of the information, the opportunity passes and someone beats you to the punch. It's an analysis paralysis, but I really want to focus more on the 40% and have this decision-making process. If you have less than 40%, you'll be shooting from the hip and will be making many mistakes. And honestly, just you're going to be upsetting people and be pissing people off. So the system of checks and balances is in place and has been working successfully for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Wiles was voted in by the people, and Pete Ferroni was voted in by the men and women with their fingertips on the pulse of what is needed. We should trust them to lead this charge. We should trust them to say when is the right time. They're the reason why we are one of the safest communities in the country, and they're also the reason why we haven't had these racially motivated incidents that we've been witnessing on a national platform. I can't see I can't help but see the stark contrast here in what has recently happened in the city to what is happening here in the county. The largest public safety bond being passed, being voted on by the people. You know, I do believe that everything speaks, and this speaks volumes about how our community feels about law enforcement officers here in El Paso. The more contrasting fact is that city managers led alongside the fire and police chiefs. They led this charge, and they asked the people for this funding. I like what Commissioner Robinson said about including a broad spectrum of people to help make any decisions from this point forward. I'd like to echo that and hope that you do that, beginning with the men and women on the front lines that have their fingerprints on the pulse of what's needed. They're the ones who will appreciate the benefits and changes that come from the right decisions, and they conversely suffer the effects from the wrong ones. I just plead you to take your time, take a deep breath, maybe even a tactical pause here and take a few steps backwards. But, you know, we're trusting you to make the right decision. And I'll end with a quote by Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan when he grabbed the T-shirt and held it in his fist and he told the private to earn this. I say the same thing to you commissioners today, to earn your keep and make the right decisions. We trust you to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Valero, thank you very much for your comments. Taking the time, public comments are so important to us, and thank you for your feedback. And we are very proud of our Sheriff's Department and part of our county team. Thank you. Jessica?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Item 7A, presentation. Receive a presentation outlining local initiatives geared toward a more safe and secure reopening of businesses in El Paso.
Andrea, you're muted, Andrea.
Miguel, is the slides up?
Yes.
Thank
Are the
you.
slides- Okay, thank you.
Sorry, good morning. My video is having some, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we can, Andrea.
Okay, so thank you so much. And I realize that you all have a full agenda this morning. So good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with the Economic Development Department. I wanted to go over with you this morning some business opportunities that we have in collaboration with the City of El Paso and the local chambers and a few other community partners. So this presentation is as much for members of the Commissioners Court as it is for members of the local community and the business community. Next slide, please. So we, in partnership with the Downtown Management District, have been working for the last couple of weeks on a pledge to safety that will allow businesses the opportunity to showcase to their customers what steps they have taken in order to make their businesses more safe and less risky for the spread of COVID-19. So you'll notice in the slide over on the right-hand side, we have a number of partners from the Better Business Bureau to Visit El Paso who have been working with us on creating what we believe would be a good list of items to make people feel a little bit more safe about utilizing local businesses. Next slide, please. So one of the things that you'll notice is that we have decided collectively as a group to put all of these initiatives on bestrong.org. Most of these are also available via our website as well. And we're going to be working with IT to get that information kept up to date. The Pledge to Safety purpose really is like I had mentioned, both awareness and education. But in my mind, it also builds trust for the consumer and builds confidence. We also have these social media graphics available for members of the court if they are interested in sharing. And each of these social media graphics are also available in Spanish. Next slide. So the PPE B2B supply matchmaking event is something that we have been working on with both our purchasing department and the city's purchasing department. The economic development entities from both the city and then as well as mentioned previously, the chambers of commerce and a few other local entities are putting on this matchmaking event. The deadline to sign up for this event is going to be the 17th of June, and that is for both participants and suppliers. This is really to be able to connect local businesses to PPE suppliers, both locally and outside of the region where local products are not available. So again, mentioning that we have been working with our purchasing department, they have been sending this information out to a list of all of their suppliers, because one of the things that we had found through previous surveys was that local businesses were just not sure where to go for PPE equipment and supplies. Next slide, please. So again, I just want to reiterate, to sign up for both the PPE B2B event and to take the pledge for the Safe El Paso, businesses need to go to epstrong.com, or suppliers, if they would like to participate in the B2B matchmaking event, need to go to epstrong.com or our website at epcounty.com/economic. Next slide, please. So that is all I have for the court. Are there any questions?
Andrea, I want to thank you. That balance between the governor wanting to open and us opening leaves a lot of room for misunderstandings, and that it's okay to open, whether or not you're ready, whether or not you understand, whether or not you know the guidelines, or what are some of every industry has some very strong guidelines. And so just want to thank you. As we open the economy, we really need to look at how do we do that properly and how do we do that in a safe environment. So I know that with the NCA and Emma Schwartz is doing a lot as well for industry topics that you could go into and find out about your own industry and what is it that I need to do that's very, very specific to the industry. So Andrea, thank you. This is once again anywhere that the county can take a lead in helping the community, not only with just sometimes they see us as providing information as to what's happening, but we're also a big part of the initiatives that are necessary to do the right thing as we do open our economy.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge,
Jessica? Go ahead,
question.
Commissioner Robinson. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just a simple question in regards to the presentation, which is very good. Is there any collaboration with the media in that regard? For example, I see where KVIA been talking about businesses open for biz. They have a website for that. Is there any collaboration with the media in that regard?
Yes, there definitely is. So between our office here at the county and the city's office, as well as I know for sure the chamber's offices, we have been sharing joint press releases about all of these initiatives and how businesses can take part. I believe that the press releases for both of these items went out last week. So hopefully they'll be getting some more attention in the coming days.
Okay, very good. Appreciate that.
Yeah, the media has been, very frequently they'll cover some of the areas, and I think they've done an excellent job of a good balance of both the English and Spanish media. That's been our source of communicating in press conferences and communicating to our community. We still find that we need more help, especially in some of the areas like testing and testing sites. People are still not aware of where to go. And that's a big part of the economy opening, is that individuals know that they could be tested, where they can be tested before they go into work, or if they have any symptoms or feel they've been in a situation that might make them vulnerable. So if you can see, the balance between public health and opening the economy are very intertwined. They're not two separate situations. They work in harmony with each other.
Judge?
Thank you, Andre.
Judge, can you hear me?
Commissioner Stepp.
Okay, I thought I may have gotten cut off because my camera wasn't showing up. I just wanted to see about what I know that I think I brought this up last week, but I think we need to, you know, as we're participating in a program like this and you know, asking people to be, you know, to give information to their constituent or their customers, their clients about the, you know, the precautions that they're taking and making sure that they have correct PPE and all and hand sanitizer and cleaners and things like that. You know, I mean, I think we need to look at some of the money that we have in the CARES Act to try and help companies who may not be able to afford those things, because there still are you know, certain limitations and rules as to how, you know, businesses can open up and what they, you know, the things that they need to be able to do that. And so, I mean, it seems, I think that I heard that the city is doing something like that with businesses within the city limits. But again, I want to advocate for maybe helping businesses in the county that may be struggling to open up because they don't have the cleaning supplies or the hand sanitizers or the face masks or such things, and possibly help them so that they can continue to serve their clientele. Jessica, do you know the Jessica, I mean, sorry, Andrea, do you know what program I'm talking about that the city is doing?
Yes, I am familiar with what you're talking about. They did set aside some of the money from their $18 million for the CARES Act to be able to provide local businesses with PPE funding. That does only go to the city residents, just kind of as you had alluded to. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I'm trying to pull up right now exactly how much they've got. Hang on, $7.8 million will provide financial and technical assistance to companies looking at returning to work safely. And additional $600,000 will provide assistance in adapting business models and marketing strategies. I should just add I guess, response to what your question is, the city came out about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks, with a open call for funding requests. They extended that period by a few days and ended up closing it last Friday. So I'm not exactly sure what the results of that open funding request were, but as you know, Jessica and I work very, very closely with one another, and so she's already let me know that they plan on sharing that information so that we can make better informed decisions. But yes, approximately looks like around $8 million in total has been provided to provide financial, technical assistance, work safety measures, and so on. It doesn't have a breakdown as to how much of that specifically is going to work safety measures, but that's included in a lump sum.
Right. So I think I brought this up last week in the context when we were talking about providing funding to the municipalities, and I just want to see, you know, I don't know if other members of the court think that it would be worth looking into something like this to try to help some of those businesses out in the county, you know, just like the city is doing with businesses here inside of the city limits.
Betsy, you want to comment, because we've had a lot of discussions. You've been at the rural mayor's meetings. Do you want to comment, Betsy, on Commissioner Stout's views?
Sure. So this is definitely something, if the court was interested, we could look at bringing some funding package to either. So Commissioner Stout, let me back up. I believe one of the programs you've seen also is a program that was done in another county here in Texas, where what they did is they actually, similar to how the food bank is distributing food, they had businesses register to come pick up supplies to reopen. Things like the thermometers to do the forehead scans, mask, gloves, sanitizer, cleaning products, things of that nature. And they had over 3,000 businesses show up in that particular county. It was a large county, show up to pick up supplies for their business to operate. If this is something, either supplies or funding, that the court is interested in us providing a similar program, It's definitely something we could bring back next Monday with the proposal that we're working on. This funding we would recommend be for the unincorporated areas of the county because we're working on a funding package for the smaller municipalities.
Betsy, and I would thank you for bringing that up and for next meeting, because I know there's been concerns and Commissioner Stout has brought it up, and the rural mayors and municipalities are feeling the squeeze on their budget. And so anything that we could do, once the economy opens, it helps them. Problem is that they can open with or without the guidelines because there's little enforcement, and a lot of them just don't have the resources and feel the pressure to open. So it's a timely thing that we need to do. So if you could bring it up next Monday, we'd be, I think it'd be very helpful. Next Monday
Yes,
would
sir.
be.
Under this item, it would be helpful to know whether the court is more interested in a funding package for those small businesses or directly providing supplies.
I think both. If you could give us an option so we could see what it means on both sides. What would it mean for us to have the supplies? And I think they're looking for independence. I mean, I think they're wanting to. I think we could provide some guidelines as to the usage, but I think if you do both, it would be very appropriate. Would that work, Betsy?
So 2 different options, one where we provide them directly supplies or an option where we provide them financial assistance.
Yeah, I think that would help us make a decision. Betsy?
Okay. Yes, sir. That will bring that back in our package next Monday.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for requesting that, Commissioner Stout. Jessica?
Thank you.
Okay. Jessica?
Yes, sir. Item number 8 from the regular agenda. Approve an amendment to the FY 2020 El Paso County Hospital District capital budget in the amount of $2,311,000.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This is Jacob Cintron, CEO for the UMC of El Paso, along with Michael Nunez, our CFO, Frank Dominguez, our Executive Director and CEO at El Paso Health, and a couple of others in our room. Basically, what we're seeking is an amendment to our 2020 fiscal year capital budget. These 2 proposals were accepted and approved by our board at our June 4th meeting. The first one is really accelerating some capital expenditures that were budgeted in fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 20. And this is for El Paso Health and building an information technology upgrades that would allow more of its staff to be able to work from home in the event that we continue with COVID-19 or we get a resurgence of COVID-19 in the winter months. This would allow El Paso Health to continue to provide service to its members with our staff being able to work from home. It speeds up the pipeline, if you will, so that with fewer interruptions, they can transmit and handle more members. The second component is for UMC El Paso for $1.2 million. This really relates to Representative Art Fierro had requested some funding for our neuro services line that was approved in the amount of $500,000. $250,000 this fiscal year, $250,000 the next fiscal year. We received an additional $100,000 from the state, but the proviso was that the $100,000 and the $250,000 that were awarded for this fiscal year be committed and spent prior to the end of the state fiscal year, which is August 31st. So what this is asking is for authorization to purchase the technology and equipment that was covered under this proposal from the state that was approved, and the second half, the remaining $600,000 would be funded with cash funding in our fiscal year 21 for the next fiscal year. And I don't know if there's any questions, or Michael, anything I need to add?
No, yeah, covered it all. Commissioners? Any further comments from Mr. Cintron?
I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Again, one is to take advantage of the condition the state placed on us to expend these the $350,000 of the $600,000 they awarded prior to the end of the fiscal year. So we have to commit those funds for the purchase of the equipment. With El Paso Health, it just allows us to get our services ready to be able to telecommute from employees' homes in order to better serve the El Paso Health members. And by doing it in the summer months before we get into our busy months, it'll help us be more effective.
Judge, I have a
Commissioner
question.
Stout? Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Jacob, for the presentation. I mean, I realize that the total bill for this is pretty small in the scope of y'all's overall budget, but I thought it might be a good time to ask you how this is going to fit into your budget projections and how things are looking for y'all with with COVID-19 and the shutdown of elective surgeries, statewide earlier in the pandemic, and any actions taken or anticipated regarding, for example, your employees or furloughing people, reduction in force, or anything like that this may have an impact on.
Sure.
Jacob?
So we have not had a reduction in force. We have not done any furloughing. Even though our volumes did drop when Governor Abbott did put a hold on outpatient and elective surgical procedures and regular procedures, quite honestly, we knew our associates were going through enough already in providing frontline care to our community for those patients that might be COVID positive. So we didn't want to add another burden by placing them on furlough, knowing that if we did, that for many, the financial implications might not be recoverable. So we as a group looked at other ways to reduce our funding and expenses so that we could absorb the staffing volume we had without any furloughing. We were doing flexing, which we always do based on volume, but then we put a floor on that flexing so that no employee would be flexed more than one workday per week. So that has continued. Additionally, we really worked well in terms of preparing for our staffing in terms of acquisition of PPE. When this whole thing started, our PPE was not only not adequate for the amount of COVID patients that started showing up in the city, but we also had our supply chain interrupted by, FEMA sending many of the supplies to hotspots like New York City. I can tell you now that while we do have the occasional shortage, we work real hard, along with the other community hospitals, in terms of building up our PPE. As you know, the state has begun building up their PPE as well, and some of their supplies. And I think everyone has worked well in that where there's been a shortage in one location, we try to help one another out. So in terms of the potential resurgence, Commissioner Stout, we hope it doesn't happen. I will tell you today, we have about 27 patients that are COVID positive in the city. That is, or at UMC, and that is lower than what we've typically been running. We've been running anywhere from 35 to 45 COVID positive patients at UMC, and for the last few days, we've been trending lower. The number of patients on ventilators is about 8. We have about 58 ventilators, so we're in good position there. As I've mentioned before, being on a ventilator does increase your risk of mortality. So, and it would imply that you're in a much more serious respiratory condition. So right now we're appreciating a little bit of the lull. I do worry that with Memorial Day, if there'll be more patients that'll be showing up, as you have a lot of these other events happening where there's a lot of people getting together without proper face masking, that is a concern. I will tell you that one thing I'm proud of with the city and the county is that with a push in wearing face masks, that is much more common now than it's ever been. And quite frankly, I've mentioned before, I was in another city in Texas and very little masking. And I see today that their numbers are starting to increase again. So I think so long as we maintain vigilance in terms of proper social distancing, face masking, and so forth, we'll be hopefully able to adequately handle any potential surge. All the hospitals have gotten together. John Law, our Chief Strategic Officer, has a committee with them and works with the Office of Emergency Management in terms of making sure that all hospital surge plans are in place and that we're able to adequately cover any potential growth. So far, we've been fortunate that with the flattening of the curve that we've been able to do that. And we hope to continue to do that without losing focus on the impact of the city or the county if we get a resurgence, that we not overtax our healthcare system.
Thank you.
Jacob, I want to thank you for the leadership that you've taken both for ourselves and for the community. And I also want to thank you for clarifying, there seems to be a misconception on hospitals being the #1 barometer indicator as to whether or not we're addressing the spread. A lot of the community spread could be by our young people. They're asymptomatic or very capable of handling the virus and not getting to the hospital, but then they're able to spread that virus, and then eventually you might get that surge again in the hospital. So I want to thank you for clarifying that you continue to be conscientious about the fact that we're still in the middle of this situation. And I know the numbers have gone down in the hospital. I just don't want any misunderstanding that in itself is a barometer that'll tell us whether or not we're flattening the curve. And so just want to thank you for that, clarification. And then you're still doing everything possible to expect if there is a spike. We got 4th of July coming up that I happen to believe is going to be greater than Memorial because it'll be self-imposed gatherings. And so we have a big challenge. So just thank you for always letting, let's not drop our guard. Let's look at things the way they really are. And so I thank you for that. So I'd like to move to approve Jacob's request.
Second.
Okay, and just to be clear, for the record, it's an approve the amendment to the fiscal year 2020 El Paso County Hospital District capital budget in the amount of $2,311,000.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Michael. Don't forget the mask.
Judge, at this time, we'd like to go ahead and move to the grant items for item number 28 and 29. Item number 28, grant application. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Approve and authorize El Paso County to apply for the Governor's Office FY20 Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program in the amount of $1,081,360 from April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021. No county match is required. Further, authorize the county judge to sign the required resolution. Contract number 2020-0490.
Erica, you're muted. Erica, you are muted.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Erica Ortega. I work with Grants Administration. So as Jessica read, this is a one-year grant, and this grant is the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding. So this is with the Governor's Office, and each COG region in Texas has a certain dollar amount allocated towards their specific region. So the grant will cover law enforcement needs, judicial needs, medical personnel, any other essential personnel needs this should cover. So for example, overtime for peace officers, correctional officers, medical personnel, PPE, supplies, temporary staff, medical care for inmates. I just wanted to give you a breakdown of what it'll cover. The county plans on applying for the entire dollar amount for the region, which is $1,081,360. So if the award is given to the county, we do plan on including some local municipalities. So we will pass some of that funding down to those municipalities that decided to participate in the grant. As of right now, as of today, we have Horizon, San Elizario, we have Clint and Vinton that would like to participate in our application. And so the allocations will be based on population within each municipality. And we do have Socorro and Anthony pending. There was some confusion with communicating, and I believe they are having a city council meeting and a town hall meeting. The city council meeting for Socorro will be on Thursday, and then the town hall meeting will be on June 22nd, which is next Monday. So we are just waiting on that to confirm and make sure that it is a joint application. Just to give you an idea of what the county will be receiving with the way that the budget was designed, the county will be receiving $591,534. So that leaves the rest of the dollar amount for the local municipalities, the smaller cities, and that amount is $489,826. Any questions?
Thank you, Erica. I move to approve.
Judge, I've got a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Yes, Erica, when you say that Socorro and one other municipality have not responded, does that mean if they go it alone, they would be competing with the County of El Paso?
Yes, they would be. So the governor's office tries to encourage a joint application. If it is a county, it tries to encourage the county to apply on behalf of smaller municipalities. In this case, Socorro and Anthony have already submitted an application. They do have an option of withdrawing the application if they would like to participate in our application. I think Socorro is still in the process of determining whether they want to participate or not. Anthony, I believe the allocation that is in our application is much lower than the application that they submitted, the dollar amount. And so I believe that they will be pursuing that application. I still need to confirm, but that is the case. Yes, they will be competing with the county as well as the city. I know the city has an application for the entire COG region dollar amount for this grant.
Just a follow-up question to that. If the County of El Paso receives the entire amount, can we go back and look at the distribution to possibly include Socorro?
Yes, so at
Betsy,
any point during the period, we can revisit the allocations and we can revisit the budget in its entirety. So if we decide to give more in terms of what the county receives and what the local municipalities receive, that can happen as well. We can choose to cover different expenses that the county has decided to cover through the initial application that was submitted. So yes, once we are awarded, if the award comes, we would be able to make changes during the grant period.
Thank you.
Additionally, Commissioner Leon, regarding the city of El Paso's application, the judge and I did speak to the mayor and the city manager about considering allowing the county to be the primary applicant or the only applicant. It appears that they have not agreed to that at this point. but if we're awarded if the court so chose, we could reevaluate the distribution.
Thank you, Betsy. You know, in my opinion, it makes sense that we speak with one voice instead of competing with each other in our own backyard. So hopefully we'll get some good luck and some agreements as we move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's also a reaction of the tightening of the budget. They're under a lot of pressure, and so they're looking at, you know, if you don't get it, maybe we can get it. So there's a little bit of desperation, but they're in really difficult situations. Their budgets are really getting squeezed because of lack of funding. So, but I know we have a great relationship, and we'll work either way. You know, whatever happens, we'll reassess, bring it back to the core to see what we can reassess that money. So thank you. I made a motion.
We had a motion.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
You're muted, Commissioner Perez. You were muted.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Jessica,
Item
we're also
number
going to look
29.
at item 29 as well.
Yes, sir. Item number
Okay, thank
29,
you.
approve and authorize the Elections Department to apply for the Texas Secretary of State 2020 CARES Act Help America Vote Act grant in the amount of $727,904.03 from March 28, 2020 through November 30th, 2020. A county match in the amount of $145,580.81 is required. The Budget and Fiscal Policy Department has accounted for the required match. Further, authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying grant resolution. Funding is available in GF General Admin Transfer Out Grant Match, SG Election Courthouse 19 Operating Expense, and SG Election Courthouse 1919 Operating Expense, contract number 2020-0464.
Thank you. Lisa?
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. Lisa Wise, El Paso County Elections Administrator. This is a grant that came from the federal government that the state is in charge of disseminating based on voter registration numbers, things like that. We're looking to get this grant and utilize it for obviously things like additional machines, some PPE, a ballot, a curbside notification system, as well as some ballot by mail supplies and things that we will anticipate needing for November.
Very timely, Lisa. So I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we'll go ahead and go back to the regular order of the agenda. Item number 9, approve and authorize the implementation of the evolving County of El Paso COVID-19 Reconstitution of Operations Plan for all El Paso County departments.
Good morning,
Sam?
Judge and Commissioners. Nicole Reyes, Public Policy Analyst for the County Judge. So for the past few weeks, we had been working with the Executive Crisis Planning Team, our department heads and elected officials to draft the El Paso County Reconstitution of Operations Plan. We've received lots of feedback on the plan and have been able to exchange some really great ideas with our talented team as we plan for this new kind of normal post-COVID-19 and prepare to slowly integrate our workforce back to the work site. Our office is so thankful to everyone who played a role in getting this plan where it needs to be in such a short amount of time. This plan will be a living document. This has been a new experience for us all, and so we're all still learning during these uncertain times. So we can definitely expect for this plan to change and evolve as we move forward. I also like to mention that we have Fire Chief Mario D'Agostino on the line, and Chief Rodriguez and our local health authority, Dr. Ocoranza, on the line as well to help us answer any other questions as we move through the presentation. We have a lot to cover with you today, so Sam Trujillo, our Deputy Human Resource Manager, who has really gone above and beyond in helping to take the lead in drafting this plan, will get us started in the presentation. Sam?
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. First, what I'd like to do is just give you a real quick history of this project. So back in August of 2015, the Commissioners Court approved the County of El Paso Continuity of Operations Plan for all county departments. The purpose of the COOP was to ensure county departments would be able to restore all essential functions at an alternate site within 12 hours after an event and sustain those functions for a period of up to 30 days if necessary. So on March 16th, due to the pandemic, the Commissioners Court activated the county's Continuity of Operations Plan for all county departments providing non-essential services. Since that time, the majority of county employees have either been providing essential services on site or have been providing services through a telework capacity. So as of last week, we have approximately 37% of the county's workforce, or about 1,091 employees, teleworking, and approximately 60%, or about 1,780 employees, working on site. That leaves about 4% that are out on other types of leave. So on April 30th, a committee was formed to take the lead in creating a plan so that the county can return employees who are teleworking safely back to the work site. The committee, which is now called the Reconstitution of Operations Plan Committee, or the ROOP Committee, is comprised of 5 members. Nicole Reese, Public Policy Analyst from the County Judge's Office, Chris Stathis, Information Technology Director, Carl Dwyer, Veteran Services Manager, Mark Marcus, Deputy Chief Juvenile Probation Department, and me, I'm the Senior Deputy Human Resources Officer for the county. Next slide, please. The ROOP Committee also formed 5 subcommittees with various expertise to help vet specific portions of the plan. There are far too many people to recognize, but I would like the court to be aware that there were a lot of employees, department heads, and elected officials who worked long hours researching, reviewing, and helping develop this plan that we hope will work for every department, and it is changing almost daily. Next slide. So basically, what we are trying to do is to develop a plan that will help every department and employee create a safe working environment for employees and the public by minimizing the risk of COVID-19. The Continuity of Operations Plan already has a Reconstitution Operations section, but is not to the extent of what is needed while we are returning from a pandemic or in the midst of a pandemic. So what we have created is a plan that expands on the Continuity of Operations Plan by providing a blueprint or a framework for each department to develop an annex that is unique to their operations, minimizes the spread of COVID-19 at county facilities, and aligns with the objectives in this plan and to new or updated policies which are being developed. Next slide. So our committee and subcommittees have developed a range of strategies and objectives that we are centered around preparing our workforce and preparing our workplace for reconstituting operations. Next slide. So the committee came up with approximately 70 objectives that have been divided into 4 categories: assessment, planning, implementation, and reconstitution of operations. I won't go over all 70 objectives, but I would like to highlight a few for the court. Many of the objectives we created are consistent with the objectives the whole country is using right now, like reconfiguring the workspace for 6-foot distancing, wearing masks when 6-foot distancing isn't feasible, or installing plexiglass or other barriers to protect employees and the public. Practicing good hygiene, staying home when sick, and then health screening or temperature testing. Some of the key objectives in our plan include assessing employee feedback and surveys regarding employee concerns about returning to the worksite, assessing employees at higher risk or with childcare or other family related issues, identifying employees who can telework or work alternate schedules to reduce on-site traffic. Now, within this document, we have also encouraged departments to telework where they can show that their productivity is equal to or exceeds productivity before the court activated the continuity of operations plan on March 16th. We are asking departments to do a thorough inspection of their facilities, especially those facilities that have been predominantly idle during this period, and to identify key touch points for frequent sanitation. We are asking departments to assign an employee to serve as a safety ambassador for one or more departments to ensure compliance with safety measures that have been established in this plan. To help departments with this plan, we have created health screening and temperature testing protocol. We have created frequently asked questions documents, signage and posting so that we can maintain consistency, logistics, policies to identify specific direction from the Commissioner's Court, mandatory training for every employee, opening phases and trigger points, all of which we'll discuss a little bit later. And our IT department has developed supplemental documents which mirror our plan and will assist departments in creating their own plan annexes. I would now like to ask Chris Stathis, Director of our Information Technology Department, to brief the court on the supplemental documents that have or are being created. Chris, are you there?
Thank you, Sam. This is Chris Stathis, your Chief Information Officer. Thank you very much for allowing me to be a part of this team to help reconstitute the county operations. Next slide, please. The main purpose of the departmental annex was to provide a tool or an instrument that would allow each department to have some agility, but remain consistent throughout our organization. We wanted to ensure that this was simple to fill out, that it was complete, but it also gave departments the ability to tailor the document to their own specific needs. The slide in front of you is just 3 pages out of what will likely be a 50-page or more document that will contain all the items that Sam spoke of, but will be able to be enumerated by each department independently. Also included will be areas where departments can annotate who actually performed some of these functions, the dates that these were performed, any comments or changes that were made. We've also included lots of blank space where departments can include areas that we may have neglected. The last piece that I'd like to call your attention to of this document is that we fully anticipate that it will be superseded over time. So the first document would be the current state. As the dynamics of the situation change, the document would be updated and we would continue on with the new version of that. So with that, we've done our best to try and mimic the basic plan, but providing those details. This will be distributed out to the department heads this week once the approval of the basic plan is adopted, and then we'll be able to begin the process of collecting that data. Sam?
Thank you, Chris, and please tell your team that I apologize for having to send so many versions over, but I really appreciate them keeping up with the amount of changes that are happening.
Of course.
Next slide, please. So the ROOP committee has created a health screening questionnaire and temperature testing protocol for screening of each employee and member of the public entering county facilities. I would now like to ask our County Benefits Manager, Berenice Acosta, to describe this protocol. Vere?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Berenice Acosta with the Human Resources Department. We have identified 4 different COVID-19 testing methods, one of which is a health questionnaire screening, body temperature with questionnaire screening, COVID-19 antibody testing, and COVID-19 testing. We have developed the questionnaire and body temperature protocols for departments if Commissioners Court implements either or both of these screenings. In addition, we have also done research on both handheld and ATM-sized body temperature devices. First, I would like to go over the questionnaire. This questionnaire would be for departments who do not have access to a body temperature screening device. And if approved by the court, every employee and member of the public will be asked a series of questions before entering a county facility. For employees, we would like to note the time spent waiting for questionnaire should be recorded as time worked, and this is specifically for non-exempt employees. Every employee and member of the public will be asked a respiratory symptom questions, which will be documented on the questionnaire. And after approval by the department, the record will be automatically sent as a private medical record to the Human Resources Department. IT has already been provided these forms and is working on developing this capability. However, in the near future, this could potentially be handled through a kiosk type system, like you see at some private businesses. Based on the responses by the employee or member of the public, it will determine if they are to be granted access to the county facility. If an employee is sent home based on the answers to the questionnaire, they will be able to return to work when an employee has not experienced a fever for at least 3 days without taking a fever-reducing medication, and any respiratory symptoms, cough and shortness of breath have improved, and at least 10 days have passed since the symptoms began. An employee may return to work earlier if a doctor confirms the cause of an employee's fever or other symptoms is not COVID-19 and releases the employee to return to work in writing. We do want to note that departments may bar access to the worksite or county facility for an employee or member of the public who refuses to cooperate with the health screening questionnaire. Next slide, please. The second type of screening is the questionnaire and body temperature screening. Same as the previous slide, if approved by the court, every employee and member of the public will be screened, including having his or her temperature taken before entering a county facility. The employee or member of the public will be screened using a touchless forehead temporal artery thermometer. The cost of devices vary on the type of device. For example, a handheld body temperature device ranges from $50 to $100, while the touchless devices run around $3,200 per unit. The employees and members of the public's temperature and answers to the respiratory symptom questions will be documented, and the record after department approval will be sent to the Human Resources Department. If an employee or member of the public has a fever at or above 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit, or who is experiencing coughing or shortness of breath, will not be allowed to enter the premises. So as I stated previously, if an employee is sent home based on the answers to the questions or due to exceeding the body temperature limit, they will be able to return to work under the same requirements I described under the questionnaire. And again, the departments may bar access to the worksite for an employee or a member of the public who refuses to cooperate with the screening or the testing. We would like to note that the CARES Act funds could cover the expenses for either employees or temps who serve as full-time screeners to assist with the process of the questionnaires and body temperature testing at some of our high volume entry points throughout the county. Sam?
Thank you, Veta, and I appreciate the hard work that you did on that research, and also would like to wish you a happy birthday. I know you came in on your birthday. I appreciate that.
Birthday.
So from the feedback we have been receiving from our subcommittees, the ROOP committee anticipated the need for a frequently asked questions document specific to the Reconstitution of Operations Plan. And now I'd like to call on HR Manager Natalia Chaparro to brief the court on the FAQ document.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Natalia Chaparro with Human Resources. Sam, thank you for allowing me to pitch in this section of the ROOP of the Reconstitution of Operations Plan. So as the ROOP is being reviewed by various committees and employees, several questions are surfacing. So as a result, we developed this FAQ document to answer these questions. If you can hit on the slide. In the slide before you, we listed a few examples. Can you hit on the other three? I included animations. Thank you. We listed a few slides of the type of questions we're receiving. Some of the responses, like whether employees can continue to telework and the use of appointments by departments, will be incorporated within the phases of the ROOP, as well as the policies, which will be guided by the direction of the court. Others, such as the last one in your slide, is based on guidance from the EOC, CDC, and/or employment best practices, where we really encourage supervisors and departments to work with their employees through their concerns. One of the questions, which is not listed on the slide, but we received, involved whether the department can close a public restroom due to a concern about the inability to sanitize frequently. So after legal review, we advise that the public restrooms cannot be closed, and the CDC recommends routine cleaning of frequently touched surfaces. So as a result, and in order to achieve this goal, our recommendation is for departments to provide cleaning supplies in the restrooms and notify the users via signage to clean any touched surfaces after each use. This FAQ document is fluid, and we will most likely continue to receive questions and/or guidance. Our goal today is just to make the court aware of the creation of this document and highlight some of the questions that we've been receiving as the ROOP is being developed. If there are no questions on this slide, I will now turn it over to Sam.
Thank you, Natalia, and thank you for changing along with the plan with the questions that are coming in. Thank you. That brings us to signage and posting, and I'd like to introduce Robin Soley, the facilities manager, who is quickly becoming one of the most important people in the county during this process. Robin?
Good morning, Judge, County Commissioners. Robin Soley, Facility Maintenance Director. This morning, I'd like to brief you on the three objectives from facility maintenance. The coronavirus has changed the way we all operate and the way we function on a day-to-day basis. And it also has forced facility maintenance to take on additional duties. And I want to start by saying this. We have three objectives. Our objectives is, one, providing a safe environment when we start the reopening for our employees and the community when they return back to the county courthouse and the facilities. Two, we want to minimize the risk of the coronavirus. And three, we're looking to restore the confidence and trust in the employees as they return to work. With that being said, I'd like to focus your attention on slide number one, on item number one. What we did was we took the initiative by posting signage on all the elevators, informing everyone that there will be no more than 4 people on the elevator at one given time. And we put that in English and we put that in Spanish. We also, if you look at item number 2 on the slide, we are going to put markers on the flooring so people know exactly where to stand. This is enforcing social distancing. On item number 3, we also committed to social distancing by making sure people are wearing a mask at all times. And also when they use the restrooms, no more than 4 people go into the restroom at one given time. And item number 4, if you look at the lobby areas, those are areas where we put social distancing where people will keep at least 6 feet apart, keeping their distance and standing in the lobby areas versus standing in one big crowd. You have 6 to 10 people standing in the crowd. These guidelines will help enforce the social distancing and hopefully it'll minimize the spreading of the virus. Next slide, please. For some of you that have may noticed, facility maintenance have been installing the protective shields. We've installed up until this point a total of 64 protective shields. We got the next phase where we have about 300 shields coming in, and we're going to continue to install them throughout the county facilities. We already did the ground floor of the county courthouse. We did some areas in the MDR, and we're moving on to the third floor and on our way up to the Council of Judges. Another additional objective we've done was we installed additional hand sanitizers throughout the county. Around the elevators, you now have hand sanitizers. You have them in the entrance as you enter the building and exit the building, and you also have them around the elevators and throughout the county facilities. The third one I'd like to bring your attention is we have our custodians, and they have the additional duties of wiping down all the door handles and rails anywhere where people come in physical contact of the building. They are also cleaning the restrooms more frequently. And also, if you look at the photograph next beside the last one, you'll see that we also have some of the participants in the building participating in cleaning. This is what we call teamwork. Teamwork means this coronavirus it doesn't discriminate against anyone. It affects everyone. And it's going to require all of us, to include myself and everyone, to pick up a rag or something and disinfect any areas that could be infected by the coronavirus. So everyone is involved with this cleaning and disinfecting. That concludes my portion of this briefing, subject to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sully. Thank you, Mr. Sully.
If there's no questions, turn it back to you, Sam.
Okay, great. Thank you, Robin. That brings us up to logistics, and we have three people talking today on logistics. I believe Wally Hargrove, Ed Dion, and Deborah Troll is going to speak on this. Wally?
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. I had the pleasure of participating on the Resource Management Subcommittee with Mr. Carl Dwyer, Deborah Carejo-Troll, Mr. Dion, and Tom Witten, along with Scott Lynn, provided us some feedback as well. As you're aware, when the coronavirus first started, El Paso County was very proactive and allocated an amount of money out of the general fund. $1,030,000 was allocated out of our contingencies right off the bat, which we started our PPE purchase on. Thereafter, we also allocated some funding out of our Economic Incentive Fund and some healthy food financing. We applied for and received $27.4 million in CARES Act grant funding, and we have now transitioned the spend from our general fund over to the CARES Act grant funding. The departments who are currently working closely together to oversee the purchase of those supplies and the logistics are your Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy, the County Auditor's Office. This has been assigned to a grant accountant with 2 backup accountants assisting with that, and the County Purchasing Department that I will lead into in just a moment. We are all included in what is called a workflow in Munis so that the PPE can be reviewed and processed collectively, that there's an adequate budget, it meets the identified need, and then the funding is available in the grant. And lastly, it'll go over to Ms. Troll's office to procure the PPE. One thing I'd like to add to that as well before I cut it over to Mrs. Deborah Cole is our budget analyst sent out a survey last week. It's a PPE survey. For those of you that are listening in, I would ask and encourage you that if you have not had an opportunity to complete that survey, it is a quick survey that identifies what PPE you have on hand, what PPE you have on order, so that our team can look at working with both the auditor's office and purchasing to do some bulk purchasing of PPE to cover us through the balance of this calendar year. Of course, we want to get a supply on hand for the next 30 days so that as we return to operations, we've got an adequate supply and made a full assessment on that. If there's any questions, if not, I will turn it over to Mrs. Deborah Carejo-Troll.
Thank you, Wally.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. I believe we need to move to the next slide, please. Perfect. For the purchase of protective equipment, supplies, and any equipment processing that's going to occur under the CARES Act, we do have a process. And as Wally mentioned, the first thing they are doing, Wally's office has volunteered to coordinate all the departments so that each department can tell what they think their 30-day and their 6-month supply needs might be. This is incredibly important because the county's a little bit behind the curve on bulk ordering. And it's simply by virtue of the way the county runs in the fact that each department is in and of itself a separate entity. However, the purchasing department, the auditor's office, and the budget office are working together to make sure we can do this seamlessly, and we think we've hit on something that will work for the entire county. First of all, the identification of supplies and equipment. The projection, it says 30 days on the slide. However, we are looking as much as 6 months out so everything can get in and get paid for under the CARES Act because it has to be ordered, received, and paid before a certain date. Please be aware that I'm going to just briefly go over what it's going to look like for the departments. So in order to ensure this, Wally's gathering the numbers. If you are a department and you have not received an email from Wally or any of his team telling you to provide your 30-day and 6-month, please contact them and let them know your needs because they are going to turn over the entire county's needs to my department. And we are going to basically take like with like, bulk order for the entire county, receive in designated locations, including the MDR basement where we currently have smaller receipts going on. And there are some other locations throughout the county. And the purchasing department, with the help of auditors and budget, will be distributing that PPE from the centralized standpoint. This is odd for the county. It's not necessarily the way the county runs, but for this, we can make this work. Please be aware that the processing of protective equipment is going to be handled centrally. However, if you are ordering anything other than PPE or things that are directly tied to the CARES Act, you will need to go through Wally and Ed's department in order to find out if anything else you are ordering can be taken care of through this act. And I'm here for questions if you have them about the logistics, and I think I've covered everything.
Thank you, Deborah.
Deborah, Wally, thank you very much. And Carl, thank you for leading that committee. So now that brings us up to policies and training. So right now we are developing, as part of our reconstitutional operations plan, several policies and mandatory training for every employee before returning to the work site. I would like to call on our Chief Human Resource Officer, Melissa Carrillo, to brief the court on this area.
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. This morning, I come to you as a member of the Policy and Training Subcommittee, and I would like to just share briefly a few policies this committee is currently working on as we prepare for an on-site return whenever that may be. So the first policy is our ROOP policy, or our Reconstitution of Operations policy. And while the court is currently looking at approving the actual plan this morning, this policy will actually serve to outline the plan compliance and to ensure we are consistently providing a place of employment which is free from hazards that may cause harm to our employees. The second policy we're looking at creating is the FFCRA policy. We have discussed this with the court a few times in terms of the actual Families First Coronavirus Response Act and the law. However, we are working on a policy that will outline the leave, its definitions, terms of procedures for employees to utilize when seeking leave under this policy, and it will also encourage supervisors to be flexible where able as parents start returning to the work site with schools and camps being closed at this time. The telework policy, as Sam mentioned earlier, about 40% of our workforce is currently working in a telework capacity. Our team is working to memorialize these efforts in a formal policy that the court can approve so that departments may continue seeking and using telework during and beyond this pandemic. The other three policies we're looking at, vacation, sick, and FMLA, They are being reviewed to determine if any amendments need to be made based on this route plan and our efforts to ensure all leave is being considered for our employees. And as we continue to tweak the plan, should any other policies need to be created or amended, this subcommittee will continue to review them before proposing any changes to the court. And what's really important about the work that this committee does is any policies that are approved or amended truly serves to memorialize the direction of this court. And then finally, our subcommittee is working on producing a training video that will be required for all county employees. The goal of the video is to be very user-friendly and to really outline any changes that have taken place while the county has prepared for the employee's physical return to the work site. It will include hygiene, sanitary expectations of our employees. It will remind them of the social distancing requirements, the facility modifications they need to be aware of as they return, any policy changes that they should understand have taken place, and any other route considerations to ensure that the employees really have a good understanding of what must take place in order to ensure the safest workforce upon return. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sam.
Thank you, Melissa. A lot of information in a short amount of time. So that brings us up to toward the end of our presentation, and I'd like to call on our committee lead, which is Nicole Reese, to talk about the activation of the plan, the trigger points, and the phases for the reconstitution of operations. Nicole?
Yes, thank you, Sam. Okay, so on this slide, we're going to be talking about the reactivation and deactivation of the Reconstitution of Operations Plan. And so the activation of the Reconstitution of Operations Plan, or ROOP, occurs upon the declaration by the Commissioner's Court that the criteria as described in the phased approach section, which I'm going to be going over in just a bit, has been satisfied to warrant a phased reconstitution of operations at county work sites with measures to limit infection and spread of COVID-19. Deactivation of the ROOP and return to the continuity of operations plan, or return to normal operations, occurs upon the declaration of the Commissioner's Court that medical advances have developed, which warrant deactivation or return to normal operations. And so we can go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to start going over the recommended phased approach. And before I go into these recommended phases, I'd like to thank Dr. O, Kerry Weston, Senior Deputy Manager with the City of El Paso, and Fire Chief D'Agostino for meeting with us and for working with us as we began to think of a phase approach to help guide the Commissioner's Court in setting a return to work date. And they're on the line as well if there are any questions on the phased approaches. So, okay, so phase one. And so before I go into the phases, I'd like to make note. So although the County of El Paso is establishing specific phases for the ROOP, individual county departments are encouraged to telework wherever services can be maintained at a level equal to or exceeding services prior to activating the continuity of operations plan. And so in addition, in all these phases, members of the public are being encouraged to use alternate methods to conduct business with the county by using our county website, telephone, email, or virtual methods. And so a few weeks ago, we had brought these recommended phases to present to you. And so we're just going to be going over them again. So phase one, a date will be based on the condition that the health department reports 7 consecutive days of declining positive cases, and hospital beds and ICU beds are not at capacity. We're also wanting to make note that other health factors reported by the health department will also be considered and brought to your attention to the Commissioner's Court in order to set a date. So these are our criteria so far for setting a date, but we wanted to add language in there to give you the flexibility to make a determination. So if these conditions are met and the El Paso County Commissioner's Court and local health authority approves, the following will be recommended. And so in this phase, each department can begin to transition a skeleton crew or up to 25% of the county's workforce that is currently teleworking back to the work site. In this phase, the percentage of employees returning to the worksite will also be determined by the number of employees in a department that can maintain social distancing requirements. So we added this language because we wanted departments to have flexibility in, one department may be really small, so they may have to have more limited employees in their department compared to other departments that have a larger space. So we wanted to add this flexibility. And so in this phase, we also want to ask members of the public who enter county facilities that they have an appointment only where feasible. Each department is different, so these phases, we're trying to make them a little bit flexible for each department. For example, we found that when we were meeting with department heads and elected officials and going over the phases, this would not have been would not be feasible for the tax office. We've also included some language, and actually I'd like to thank Josie with Commissioner Leon's office for helping me with the language here. This is her idea, and all my colleagues actually in the Commissioner's Court offices for their feedback. We also included some language in the plan we wanted to make sure that when we had clusters identified in the community, for example, at our state jail, that we added language to give the Commissioner's Court the flexibility to not let this impact the 7 days of declining cases. And so the language that we have in the plan states, El Paso County Commissioner's Court can determine if a cluster identified by the El Paso Health Department should impact the decision to enter into the recommended phases without adversely impacting the safety and health of the community. So you'll see that in the plan as well. And we can go to the next slide, which shows us phase 2. So phase 2 is the same criteria, but we have to meet an additional 7 consecutive days, so 14 days total. So 7 more days of declining positive cases, and we have to make sure that our hospitals are not overwhelmed. And so in this phase, we'd be asking departments to transition up to 50% of the county's workforce currently teleworking back to the work site. Next slide, please. So this covers phase 3. So same criteria described in the first 2 phases. So we have to have 7 additional consecutive days of declining positive cases. And again, we have to make sure that our hospitals are not at capacity or overwhelmed. So in this phase, this would be when we really deactivate the ROOP plan, and we'd be basically at normal operations. But instead of asking our departments, and I'm sure the judge is going to want to comment about this a little bit further, but instead of asking departments to return to the workforce 100%, we're asking that each department now begins to identify positions where some of their employees can telework permanently. I think that this pandemic has kind of forced us to telework, and it's proven to be, that our employees are still productive or even more so. So in this phase is basically employees can return to normal work functions, but with that consideration, and just asking our employees some of our employees to continue to work telework. Also, we included language in the plan. We were thinking through, well, what are our triggers that we may need to go back into the first or second phase? And so we included language to state resurgence of an increase of positive COVID-19 cases. The local health authority and Commissioner's Court can direct departments to revert to the first or second phase or reactivate our continuity of operations plan. And so our hope is that when we do reach the criteria to enter the first phase, is that we'll come back to Commissioner's Court. We'll ask our local health authority to present a situation report so that way you can consider all factors before actually choosing a return to work date. And then to also set a date to give our employees enough time to prepare to return to work. So maybe that's a few days or a week buffer. So maybe we present to you on Monday that we met this criteria, and then the following Monday, if you approve, our employees can return to work. And so again, I'd like to really thank the City of El Paso for working with us on these recommended phases. We're working together to go back to the work site in unity. And so again, we have them on the line as well in case there are any questions on these phases. And that is, I think you can go to the next slide. And I believe that is the end of our presentation. Judge and commissioners, do you have any questions for us?
Nicole, just want to thank you and the team. It's just amazing. One of the things that is helping us be successful, one is we're linking with the city, with Kerry Weston and all their help. And then we're linking also with Public Works and all the departments that are helping out. HR doing a tremendous job. And so this, I've always said that if you're ready before the crisis hits and you have the right relationships, it makes such a big difference. We've seen that in law enforcement where the refugees or whatever, whether it was August the 3rd, the agencies came together, they knew each other, they knew how to work with each other. Same thing here. We have an incredible department. Betsy, you've done a great job of this collaboration and coordination. So I want to thank you for that. And also for one of the discussions we continue to have is that it's very sad. Some of the countries that have opened up and then they're back in worse situation. We've seen some of the cities and that happens. So we're going to have to learn how to go forward and be able to move back quickly. And so one of the things that I've talked to Nicole, which I feel has done just an amazing job of coordinating and helping me to, as she works with Dr. Mario Agustino, Chief Rodriguez, Dr. Garanza, a lot of interactions with the public and the community. And then how do we bring it back over here? And then the city has shared with us, we're sharing with Border Patrol to get them to get their civil employees back to work. But it's very thoughtful. It has to be extremely thoughtful and have that flexibility of being able to move forward with the understanding that we might have to move back. And that flexibility will only happen with a coordination facilities. Also, Mr. Sully, thank you for that. You are, as Sim mentioned, it's a huge part of how this is going to work and how we're going to move forward. By the way we handle things and the community seeing how we do things is going to be a huge message as how important it is to do the right thing. And also that they gain confidence. Right now, our consumer confidence is extremely low. People are still not going to restaurants, but still not going out there. We want the economy to work and people are opening their business, but the confidence isn't there. And the numbers are still, going against the trend that we believe that we should be at. So the county needs to take that thoughtfulness, conscientiousness, be able to work forward and be able to have that flexibility. When we talk about, sometimes we just throw the word out, our new normal, we sort of throw it out there and then we just keep going in a different direction. This task force, the ROOP task force, is really looking at what if, all of the what ifs that we've heard. What if the COVID comes up and spikes? What if November we have either another virus or the COVID strikes back again? What are we going to do? How are we going to move back and forth in that direction? The health stations, having PPE available, all the things, all the lessons learned. So I'm extremely proud of this team. As you saw, the detail, the conscientiousness, but most importantly, the integration or the ability to take what's out there and take all these factors and put them together in a plan. And I think this is a message. I hope some of the businesses are hearing what's taking place. But one of the missing components I've seen in businesses is that the leader sort of takes a lead, tries to do a lot of great things, but the integration of the different departments like facilities, like HR, and working with public health, they haven't denied any. I mean, I've asked them to participate in different activities. People have asked me if they can participate. They participated with us, with this council of judges. They haven't hesitated. So they bring them forth. We have to keep public health as one of the main components as we move towards opening our business. That lack of interaction with public health puts us in a very vulnerable situation. They have been giving us the okay. They give us the guide and allow us to move forward properly. So once again, to the ROOP committee, I mean, it's amazing what you've done. We still need a lot of things that will happen, feedback. I think they've done a great job of getting the commissioners to understand what's taking place, and these presentations are extremely valuable to us as well. So I don't know, commissioners, are there any questions, comments from Commissioner Leon? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And as you said, great job. This committee has put together a great plan. They cut to the chase, that they get it done. I've got two questions. Since Nicole's still on there, Nicole, have we or are we planning any type of strategy to communicate all this information to the general public so they know when they're going to be able to show up to court, what they can do online, what they can do over the phone, because it's good that we know, but it's almost even double the importance on our public.
Yes,
Nicole,
yes, Judge. Commissioner Leon, sorry. Yes, we'll be sending, I think when we meet the criteria for our first phase, or even now, we should actually still send a press release and make sure that our websites are updated, and letting everyone know, even if they have an appointment with the county judge's office, that they have to have an appointment, that they'll have to pass a health screening when they come in, and they'll have to wear a mask. So yes, that's definitely important. We will be sure to communicate that with the public.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is one more.
Just a sec. You will be using Everbridge as well, Nicole, as a way to communicate. That's been very successful for us. So I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Definitely, we can. And even since the city and the county will be entering into phase 1 together, we can definitely do that.
Okay, I think it's been very helpful. Go ahead, Commissioner Leon. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. One more question. And this was early on the presentation. I think it was Berenice mentioned the cost of some of those touchless thermometers. And it was something like $3,000. I just want to go back to that. I know when I bought one or two at the local store here, it was about $65, $70. Can you go back? Did I miss?
This is Sam. The handheld thermometers testing, those are going to be in that $60 range, but the large ATM size testing machines, those are about $3,200 each. Those would be something we want to put at high volume areas.
And it's where those are the machines where you don't have to staff a person. What would happen is a person would walk in, go to the machine would take their temperature, they would answer some questions on the machine, then the machine would print a badge clearing them to enter the building. So it saves you from a staffing perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, questions, comments? I'd like to
Judge,
make a
can we
motion to approve the
Chief
plan.
Agostino's on the line? Can we have him say a few words?
Oh, absolutely. Chief, go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead, Chief D'Agostino.
No problem. Can you all hear me? This is Chief D'Agostino. I want to say thank you for allowing me to chime in real quickly. And I just wanted to highlight the fact that the cooperation, the communication between the city and the county, at least from my perspective, has been tremendous. We've been working on this plan. We go through the orders as we make changes with Dr. O and as the health authority. And so the collaboration, communications has been there from the start. And I think this is just another point on how we bring our workforce back, how we bring it together and we stand in unison. I think that just shows the commitment to our community, to our residents and our community, that we are on the same team and we're working together and we're looking out for the best interests of them. And so with that, that's all I wanted to say was thank you for allowing us to work together.
And Chief, thank you so much, you and Chief Rodriguez, that collaboration you have with public health and with Dr. Carranza. It's been very special, and you know, we meet on a daily basis, and thank you for that. That collaboration, I don't think there's one singular thing as important to fight flattening the curve, that this bringing of all our energy and you know, all our resources together without any, you know, it just seems seamless when we get together. So thank you for that, Chief, and for guiding public health on the city site.
Thank you.
And Judge, just before we ask for your approval, we also wanted to make a note that although our county departments will be following the ROOP, elected officials can they can join us and customize their own plan and activate a ROOP, but they can also, just for everyone watching, they can also create their own plan as well.
Thank you, Nicole.
Any other questions?
No. I've made a motion to accept the plan.
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, Commissioners, this is our standing updates. If we'd like to start off, Judge, you do have public health and emergency management on the line, and we'd also have an update from you.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Dr. Carranza.
Hello, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Every Monday, it is my pleasure and honor to be here to give you an update. And also want to take this opportunity to recognize the work that you and the commissioners have done for the community, as well as Nicole and her team. Mr. Sully, I know that they recognize him, but he's been very diligent in keeping the facility safe for everybody, the public and the employees. We work closely with all the Council of Judges, with Judge Chu, and that has been also a very seamless relationship, and we will continue working together for the benefit of all the community. In regards to the COVID-19, we have a total of 3,911 cases. We unfortunately have 102 deaths related to the COVID, and hospitalized up to yesterday, there were 78 patients hospitalized, 50 in the ICU, 28 on the ventilator. And one interesting observation that the epidemiologists have done is that about 23% of those cases have been asymptomatic. So this is extremely important because we want to remind the community that it takes every single member of our community responsibility to fight the spread of the virus. with this, it's almost 1 in 4 that are going to be asymptomatic, but they can transmit the virus to other people, especially in their household or at the workplace. So the wearing the mask is extremely important. The hygiene that we mention every time that we give press releases, we have press conferences, and the way that we're going to be teaching also our children to cover their cough, to not touch their face, but most importantly, the way that we're going to be protecting our at-risk loved ones, which is going to be our senior citizens, those people that have chronic conditions. That is going to be the key for success. We continue doing testing around the community, city, and county, and we see that the positivity rate on the testing has been remaining in the 7%. Last positivity rate was 7.78%, so that is excellent. We've seen that hospitalizations have plateaued, and also the new admissions to the hospital. So hopefully we see a trend here that it will continue plateauing or going down. We must tell the community that we cannot let our guard down. We need to continue following those recommendations, which is wearing the face mask in public. We know that the young people feel that they can do their lives and they're not going to get sick, but they can get sick, but most importantly, they can bring the virus to the household and infect everybody in the household. So we will continue giving that strong recommendation and put emphasis in those preventive measures. Our mortality rate, also the case fatality rate, is been also stable. That is also very favorable. We have a case fatality rate of 2.61%. The previous one was 2.67% in the previous week. So we continue monitoring that, and that is a good indicator. And hopefully, as I mentioned before, we will see that it continues plateauing, or hopefully will continue dropping, even though slightly. And one more thing that we need to mention is that we're focusing our efforts into the most vulnerable population groups, which are the ones in congregate settings. We know that the testing has been done at the correctional facilities, but also it will continue in the facilities that care for the elderly, because we've had some clusters in those facilities that we need to keep under control. We have designed some plans to continue testing, especially the staff. We know that the staff is going to be the ones bringing the virus into those facilities, and they can infect the residents and create a bigger problem or a bigger cluster. So we want to make sure that everybody's safe in those facilities that are caring for our elderly. We will continue monitoring the situation around the city and the county. And with that, I'd like to also thank you again for all the support and the seamless collaboration between the county and the city.
Thank you, Dr. Carranza, especially on that, the congregate or adult care centers, very critical, and thank you for continuing that to focus on them.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you. Chief Rodriguez.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, great. I don't have much more to add. Dr. Carranza covered most of the areas of focus since last week and the previous week. And so just a quick update of some additional testing that's going to be coming online this week. We have Project Vida is going to be, they started on Friday. So they're going to be providing testing from Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 3612 Beta Avenue. This is in South Central El Paso. And they will, we're working closely with them to ensure they have the resources to be able to do that capacity. Also, Cantillo and Anthony are working on setting up their site for this Thursday. Hopefully, everything comes online. We're working on a few scheduling items, but other than that, they should become operational. That'll be in far northwest El Paso. And then, let's see. So those are the two sites that came on. As we communicated last week, the Texas military will be here for another cycle of 10 days. So they started from the 13th all the way till the 22nd. We've added a location to West Side El Paso, which is at 7400 High Ridge, the Don Haskins Recreation Center. And then our Nation's Tobin Park, that is going to transition over to a walk-up center where no appointment will be needed. And they can use the same system to set up an appointment there, or they can just walk up. It'll be indoors, which is a new model that we're working on with the Texas military. And then also the roll testing that will continue through the various sites in Horizon, in Benton, out in Montana Vista, Tornillo, de Sara del Sur Pueblo. We'll also be doing one there. Also Socorro and Horizon City again. So that'll be ongoing. Urge everyone to go to our epstrong.org and click on the testing tab, and there's a variety of locations and the map of where you can get tested. We've also opened up all testing to symptomatic and asymptomatic individuals, so anyone with or without symptoms can now go to any of these sites free of charge. Also, those that reside within the Socorro Independent School District and El Paso Independent School District can also access their locations. Socorro this week is adding an additional site on I think beginning today, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Salvador H. Sanchez Middle School, located at 321 North Rio Vista, Socorro Road. And that's through a partnership with a private provider. And so other than that, we continue working with our schools and our private partners to expand testing. We're gauging demand throughout all these locations. We're going to be doing an additional iPause Everbridge throughout the county to draw attention to all these testing sites, so the community can continue to enroll, but we're monitoring it closely. So other than that, I don't have anything else unless you all have questions for myself or Dr. Carranza. Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate your work and your service, and so I thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Betsy?
Judge, did you have any updates you wanted to add?
Yes, please. Very, very quickly. I'll be going over the the stay at home, which is the group greater than 10 shall not be able to gather. The household not going from one household to the other. I'll talk really quickly about the elections. 4th of July coming at us very quickly. We're looking at the KBDI index, but that doesn't seem to be favorable. And then I'll talk about our relationship with the vendors and the parade. So once again, very quickly, the meeting with rural mayors, I think it's extremely important. We get to hear them out. They get to express some of their concerns and challenges, and look forward to helping them with their budget. Like I said several times, that they're very tight. Look forward to assisting them. They've been an incredible partner with some of the initiatives. I brought speakers in, and speakers have been very appreciative of what they volunteer for once they hear some of their needs, such as with Susan Goodell talking about the food situation and coming up with other sites, and the rural mayors helping out. So we'll just, all residents are strongly urged to exercise the right to vote, and this is so it's a safeguard, that we ensure that the safety of voters is a big part of it. Election day will be Tuesday, July 14th, 2020. Early voting period will be from Monday, June 29th, 2020 through Friday, and it'll be Friday, July 10th, 2020. So as you can see, it's coming up under very abnormal, adverse situations at times, but I think thanks to Lisa and what she's doing and all her collaboration and helping us with some of the guidelines and how to go forth. These guidelines are critical to voters and to ourselves to understand. So all election department and poll workers will be wearing masks. There will be a disposable stylus so voters don't have to touch any of the equipment. The workers will only be allowed to work after a health check. All workers will maintain social distance to the greatest extent possible. Very difficult to control, so we're asking the community to be very conscientious and thoughtful as they go out to vote. Any voter who is qualified to vote by mail is still encouraged to do so. One of the things very important, if we take that cluster of people that can vote by mail, that makes things a lot easier for us. So any voter who is 65 years or older, that will be out of the county during election period or early voting, they're eligible, or it has a disability. So we urge you, 65 or over with a disability, or you're going to be traveling or not going to be in the county at that time during the regular election, just to please, do the mail by mail voting, and that would help us tremendously. You can go to elpasocountyvotes.com for information on how to get your mail vote. Remember, the deadline is requesting a ballot by mail is July 2nd. Very important. I think years prior, that date was not understood well, and before they knew it, they were not eligible. So we're asking, please, July 2nd. Campaign workers will be allowed to campaign at the polling sites, but they should be wearing their masks. They will not be allowed to get closer than 6 feet to the voters. They are prohibited from handling campaign materials directly to voters. Campaign workers are prohibited to gather in groups larger than 10. Voters are strongly recommended to wear masks. So the stay-at-home order, groups greater than 10, like I said, people over the age of 65 are strongly encouraged to stay at home as much as possible to maintain, and this is, besides the voting situation, if they stay at home and can get other individuals to take, get their groceries, help them out, this is very important. To maintain the proper distance of any member of the household who has been out of the residence in the previous 14 days. The 6-foot social distancing, very, very important, and face coverings are strongly urged. So if you could see, we've talked about if there was universal masking and there was social distance and we didn't gather, we would really address the flattening of the curve. And these are some of the items that we are in control of. 4th of July, obviously, as I said before, Memorial Day was a big challenge for us, but this one, we didn't have any events or any venues. This one, they're self-imposed, people gathering out in Montana, doing their own thing. They're going to get together with 10 or less, but there'll be 10 others, and then that exchange or mixing between groups obviously is prohibited, and we want that to be very strict guidance. We are asking the sheriffs more from a compliance to help educate, to let people know that they shouldn't be gathering in groups greater than 10 or mixing with other groups. So please, all the respect in the world for our law enforcement, they will try their best to do the compliance without the enforcement. We're hoping that the Public Works, we're not hoping, but Public Works will have markings where people shouldn't park. TxDOT will be doing the same. They're going to do this in critical areas where there might be some issues of too many people gathering. So please keep that in mind. We just need to limit the number of people that walk up to the fireworks stands. There's no need for 2 or 3 to get off the car and go to the stands. So please be thoughtful and conscientious to get one person to do that. There's multiple vendors that are offering curbside purchases online. You call online and they'll be more than glad to be there for you. I've got to say that I met with Nicole, myself, Dan Collins, or Daniel Collins, met with the vendors. We also had very fortunate to have Chief Estrada and Esparza, excuse me, to meet with us. Very impressed, extremely impressed with the effort that was made by the vendors to look at what they need to do to help us to keep a safe environment. They've been very cautious. They've got literature. They're going to have markings. They're going to have curbside. I think it's very favorable. We talk about the economy and public health and the virus sort of coexisting. I think this was a special effort by the vendors trying to do the best that they can, not to hurt their business, but in a way that wouldn't also, work against us in flattening the curve. So thank you very much for those vendors for doing that. They gave me a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to manage this properly. So like I said, once again, repeat, under my order, the gatherings larger than 10 are not allowed to maintain social distance. Law enforcement will assist in this effort. Vendors required to follow guidelines issued by public health. The public health has created some guidelines. I want to thank Dr. Ocaranza, worked diligently over the weekend and trying to get these guidelines ready. The sooner we had them, the better it is that they can move forward. So they're moving forward. The drought index does not seem to be an indication that we would ban fireworks. So look at it from that perspective. Some of the vendors were willing to eliminate some of the type of firework that they've done before. This is on their own to cooperate to do things that would help us with what we're doing. With respect to the parades, we do have same guidelines of social distancing, wearing your masks and following all the guidelines. Remember that most municipalities, or all of them, I believe, you need to get a license to be able to have the parade and register. Please do that. There's a time frame for that, so please look in to your individual municipality for those guidelines. So thank you. Very important. I typically try to be a little bit more brief on this one, but we just had the order. Commissioner Leon brought this out that we need to be communicating consistently, and we're hoping that by these meetings and other forms that we do convey that information to all of you. So thank you very much for that. Betsy?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, sir. Yes, there wasn't too much of a change, but what I would like to mention is that I had a meeting with all the constables this week, and some very good points were brought up that we will be discussing in one of our Thursday meetings. So that's about all the new information that I've got that might be a little different from the prior weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Pettis?
Thanks. I'll also be brief. The task force continues to meet. All the members remain very engaged. There's approximately 5 meetings a week that take place among the various task force members. There's 4 various subcommittees. Again, there's testing and tracing, data, communications, and overall mission. The big item this week is that the task force is going to make a request with the city and the county and other authorities on other information that perhaps has been a little bit more difficult to ascertain as it pertains to some labs and other things that they feel is necessary to help make informed policy recommendations to decision makers at both the city and the county. So again, the task force is continuing its work, and all I can just say, all the members have been very engaged and very focused on producing, again, results very quickly. But this week will be a big week, as they make that request for information and begin to digest it and provide recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Pettis. Great task force. Like I said, thank you for your contributions. I had a discussion with legal about Joanne in particular about some of the things that some of the counties are doing these warning sort of faces, and so different colors meaning where we are, and then if the color changes might be getting people to go backwards. And I think Joanne had a great idea of that when things sort of settle in, some of the orders are lifted, we would have some indicator that we could go in and we'd know that if we're at a certain color that, the public, whether it's not enforceable or not, but at least the public would know that we are getting to a critical point. And so we'd like to have a conversation with you on that and hopefully be able to present what other counties are doing with respect to that to the task force. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Betsy?
Judge, yes, sir. Before I go to Commissioner Stout, on that same note, I know Joanne was interested in asking the task force to consider certain metrics that be considered locally. I do know, and Commissioner Pettis is part of the data metrics subcommittee, and I do know that they have discussed making sure that they create some kind of scorecard that would assess the overall situation in the community. It wasn't available at the time that the route plan was being created, but Nicole is aware, and we are working to see if there's any information that the task force can also supplement or provide for local businesses, including the county, to consider in its return. Commissioner Stout?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy. To start off with, update on the homeless situation. I think Joel may bring some of this up a little bit later. I'm not sure, but we received a letter from, I think, the first family that was admitted into the Delta Welcome Center. We received a letter from this woman talking about how her experience with the Welcome Center was just amazing, and really did help this woman out, and who's a single mother and her children. And so that was a nice thing to get to be able to see, so that we can really understand the positive impact that we're having on folks. And these are, some of the things we're talking about are, using things like rapid rehousing dollars that have come into the community. The really great news is that not only are people being transitioned out of the Delta facility, but instead of being triaged into a shelter space, they're being placed directly into housing, kind of like what happened to this woman and her kids. Meanwhile, there's reduced volume in the shelters, and that's allowing staff and support organizations to spend more time with the folks who are not there. With certain shelters being less full, they're getting better results in helping people. The rescue mission had some COVID-19 cases, and their census has been down. They report that things have been contained and fully sanitized, and they have continued to do their normal work, as well as providing some of the meals for the Delta facility, together with the Salvation Army. The food bank supply is stretched out to approximately 8 to 10 days of food on hand, which is still well below what's normal. And we heard from Jacob and UMC earlier. Of course, they're continuing their work in serving as our community's physical health safety net. I don't want to repeat what Jacob said, but I think that the positive development in UMC's population is they haven't had to use as many ventilators lately. So, of course, they still have that UV system for cleaning the PPE, and Battelle has a decontamination unit, and so UMC is looking to starting using that system a little bit more. PPE supply in El Paso has improved considerably, and the one thing that the MCA is looking at is developing a program to encourage healthcare providers who do not use PPE repeatedly after being sterilized by the decontamination unit to donate that equipment to healthcare providers in Juarez. If they're going to throw it out after using it once or twice, it's kind of wasteful, and then some of that stuff could be decontaminated and reused safely up to 20 times. So doing that on a large scale would actually allow for a low-cost way to help address the PPE shortage that they're seeing over in Juarez. On the behavioral health front, Emergence Health Network has really been doing a great job within the last couple of weeks. In the first couple of weeks of March, they turned their operation almost exclusively to outpatient, to a virtual operation. State rules concerning telemedicine and how those services are billed and what is eligible for billing in Medicaid especially have been relaxed, which has allowed for this work to be done seamlessly while ensuring that everything is financially sustainable for the organization. Those rules are in effect through the end of June, though the state may extend them, we hope so. EHN has a plan in place to transition back into clinical spaces when those rules are reinstated. So when that time comes, it will be just a simple matter of implementation. And meanwhile, their IDD services have largely been suspended across the state. Some states have started to question paying for those services when they resume, but the conversation around that has not taken root here, luckily. Texas is allowing an unusually broad amount of local flexibility for reinstating these programs, but that will allow Emergence to work with other folks that they are serving to develop as much as possible an El Paso solution for these things. And regarding the census, last week our area census office officially reopened and resumed field operations. The field staff was able to complete over 30% of the update leave caseload in our region. They dropped off 2020 census invitation packets at front doors of households in the area where the majority of the households do not receive mail at their home. The census is still hiring, and folks can go to 2020census.gov for more information. As of June 14th, the El Paso self-response rate is at 59.2%. The national self-response rate is at 60.9%, and Texas is at 55.6%. So El Paso is doing okay. We still have a lot of work to do. The Complete Count Committee continues to meet and operate with the texting and phone banking efforts well underway. And I believe we have a total of 7 or 8 county employees that have actually signed up to volunteer with the phone banking, and hopefully more on the way. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Betsy.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, don't have much to report, and I don't want to be repetitive of what Commissioner Stout just reported, but the function of the Delta Center is coming along very well. The flow is very, very well organized and in very good cooperation with all the parties that's involved in the endeavor. Looking forward, going in the future, still need to work towards having a long-term plan as far as once the Delta Center is closed. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Betsy.
Yes, sir. Miguel, next slide, please. Judge, I'd like to ask Deborah Correjo-Troll to give an update on the emergency purchasing order that the court has allowed. It expires today, and we'd like to ask for an extension. Deborah?
Good morning still. Oh, good afternoon. I'm here today because back on March the 16th, the Commissioners Court did a great thing for allowing our teams to get everything we needed in place for PPE and any types of changes needed for COVID response. That being the case, one thing you approved a lot of responsibility on both Betsy and myself, and you allowed us working together to go ahead and place any orders related to the CARES Act greater than $50,000 and come back to you and ratify this after the fact. So I believe the words used by Judge Samaniego were that he didn't want anything written in the law to stand in the way of how we had to take care of our people and our staff. And I paraphrased. That has worked really well for us. Over the past 3 months, you have approved 3 items. They were large PPE orders. One was for masks and a large order for masks. One was a very large IT related need so that they could get things in place for the work from home. And you will see item 16 today, which is one of the ways we had to help out the sheriff's office by creating booths that would allow people to talk to their lawyers safely. And so these are very controlled. I believe you limited it to 3 months, Commissioner Perez, so that you could kind of keep an eye on it and we could report back and see if it was getting out of hand or see what our needs were actually going to be. It's worked very well. We've got 2 more items on deck. So by the end of this month, you will have seen possibly 6 items total, which is very good for this type of emergency response. I am requesting today that you extend that another 3 months or until the emergency ends, whichever comes first. And if you do that, you would do it as part of the way you approved it with this presentation the last time. And that's, I think that's about it, but I'm here for questions if you have any.
Betsy, you want to comment additional how things are going and how this is working for you? And, you know, is it just your additional comments, please?
Sure, yes, sir. So obviously during this time, everything we can do to expedite the process when supplies are needed, they're generally needed quickly. And the emergency order is helping us to quickly turn around these items for departments and for our operations. So by allowing the emergency order and working with purchasing, who does make sure, she works very closely with myself and the county auditor on the items that are needed, it has helped us be able to be responsive to departments, especially, for example, the jail, where we've had quick needs and needed to get PPE for our employees quickly and measures to make improvements. This has been very helpful. And it's working really well, and Deborah is very good at communicating with both myself and Edward what the needs are and what it's going to, how the process is going to quickly turn around through this order.
Yeah, thank you, Betsy. And I know everywhere timing, my goodness, the timing on purchasing, the timing to get things done properly without the cost going up or getting access to, you know, the resources has been a very important element. So I'm hoping that it does. So I'd like to make a motion that we extend the our agreement.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Hi, this is Christina. Hi, I'm sorry, I just needed to step in. My computer froze, so I didn't catch the motion. Was it to extend the previous emergency purchasing order for a set period of time or until the governor lifts his order? Or whichever comes first? I didn't catch that.
Well, I think it was, she requested 3 months, but I think you're right, maybe whichever comes first would make more sense. But okay. I still think that even if the order was lifted, that we still need the time afterwards. So I don't know if the commissioners are in agreement, we could go with the 3 months or.
I think, Judge, I think Deborah had also added to the fact that the governor comes on cutting the time frame, that whichever comes first. I think she mentioned it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, then the motion would be just to extend the previous emergency purchasing other orders another 3 months or until the governor lifts his order, whichever comes first. So if we could just make sure that that's in the record of that would be the motion.
Yes, it would. And I made the motion. So
thank you.
As read.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner
Thank you, Christina.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this item, Judge. That's all the updates we have for this week.
Okay,
Would you like to
we'll,
proceed
take
with
a-
item
yep.
number 11, which will take us a little bit of time? Or would you like to begin your break now?
The break, I'd like to take the break till 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners Court will recess until 1 p.m.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular session. Item number 11, County Administration. Receive a presentation regarding the sale, use, and possession of fireworks for the 2020 July 4th holiday period and take appropriate action.
Judge, Commissioners,
Betsy?
Daniel Collins, my Yes, sir. Daniel Collins with my office has prepared this presentation in concert with assistance and some guidance from Nicole Ruiz in your office, Judge. And with this, I'd like to turn it over to Daniel to go through the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Betsy. Good afternoon, judges and commissioners. Daniel Collins, County Administration. These slides are an updated version of last week's slides, which walked you through El Paso County's options regarding banning fireworks and how the county is trending with regard to drought conditions. So again, option number one for the county is that it just takes no action, in which case sales can begin on Wednesday, June 24th. Option number two is actually no longer an option. The county could have banned skyrockets with sticks and missiles with fins, two types of aerial fireworks, if it had done so before today, June 15th, and only if the county's Keach-Byram Drought Index, or KBDI, had reached a 575 average. As I'll show on the next slide, we still haven't reached 575. Nevertheless, option three is still available to the county judge. He can issue a declaration of local disaster if we reach 575. The Texas A&M Forest Service would run an assessment and provide feedback to the governor. Such declaration would only last for 7 days unless extended by the Commissioner's Court. And under that declaration, the judge could ban the sale, use, or possession of all types of fireworks, not limited to sticks and fins. But such ban would only last for 60 hours unless the governor granted an extension. Next slide, please. This slide, yes, shows the KBDI as of today. You'll see that El Paso is still one of the driest counties, but it has not reached 575. It looks like Presidio is the only one that has done so. El Paso is currently at 536, which is a total of 17 points increase since I last updated the court on Monday. Next slide, please. So this slide shows this year's KBDI trends compared to last year, where, again, we didn't hit 575 by July 4th. This year, it is still mathematically possible to hit 575 by July 4th, with the exception of June 13th, where we had 1 day of no KBDI increase. Since May, the KBDI has been increasing between 2 and 6 points daily. So if we'd had only a 2-point increases going forward, we would not hit 575 by July 4th. But if we had 3 points daily increases, we'd hit 575 by June 28th, which is the week of July 4th. If we had started having 6-point KBDI increases, 575 by next week, but I don't know how likely that would be. I'll remind the court again that any moisture we experience could halt or drop our KBDI. Arguably, the 0 points KBDI increase on June 13th could be attributed to scattered showers that the area experienced late last week. And of course, staff will continue to monitor the KBDI daily. Next slide, please. The next slide is another map kept by Texas A&M showing that El Paso is today at high risk of fire. When I presented last week, we were at a, quote, extreme, and the National Weather Service had issued a red flag warning region-wide because of high winds and low humidity. However, that Monday, June 8th, seems to have been an outlier day, and if you visit the Texas A&M website now, you'll actually see that they revised that day back down to high. Next slide, please. And this slide is from the U.S. Drought Monitor, which shows that El Paso is abnormally dry as of last week. I think the last data was June 9th, but it's not currently rated as being in drought. Importantly, again, neither this figure nor the previous fire warning figure that I showed you on the previous slide are determinative of the county's ability to ban fireworks like KBDI is. But again, I include these metrics just to give you some insight on where we might be trending. Next slide, please. As the judge mentioned earlier in the Commissioner's Court program, on Thursday, June 11th, the county judge and staff and Chiefs Roger Esparza and Frank Ian of the Emergency Service Districts 2 and 1 met with fireworks vendors to discuss their plans to keep customers safe from COVID-19 infection. Generally, the vendors seem to agree to take the following actions, which I bullet point here on this slide. Keeping social distance, for example, by posting signage, directing people to stay at least 6 feet apart, providing chalk markings or other ground sides making or marking 6-foot distances, or even using barriers such as barrels to demarcate lanes that people should walk in when they travel to a vendor's stand. Multiple vendors also are offering curbside purchasing, including at least one that's offering a touchless purchasing system wherein customers can order online in advance and simply drive up and collect their purchase. Vendors agreed to limit the number of people at each checkout stand, as well as inform customers that the county's work home stay safe order provides that individuals shall not be in groups larger than 10, including individuals within a person's household, and should remain 6 feet or should maintain 6 feet of social distance from one another. All vendors seem to agree that face coverings should be required of all employees, and that hand sanitizer should be available to employees and customers, that employees should be screened for possible COVID-19 infection, and that surfaces and pens should be wiped down frequently to avoid infection. During this meeting last week, we also informed the vendors that Dr. Ocaranza, the City County Health Authority, would be issuing an order specific to fireworks sales, which would include the preparations that I described on this slide. As the judge said earlier, per his order issued Friday, vendors shall be required to follow such order, and it will be published on epstrong.org. I know a draft of this order is in process. It's not currently published on that website, but I know the County Attorney's Office and Dr. O have been in contact, and I know that the goal is to post that very soon. I'll finally note that vendors did seem agreeable to voluntarily not selling sticks and fins. I know one large vendor committed already to not selling them. Another committed to continuing to watch the KBDI and pull such products should we hit 575. Next slide, please. And before I turn it over to questions, I'll just say, again, reiterating some of the comments that the judge made earlier, that the staff, including the judge's office, the ESDs, the sheriff's office, and public works are continuing to collaborate on plans in advance of 4th of July. Among the items that are being worked on are designating certain roadblocks from that will be in place on July 4th through sunrise on July 5th to prevent people from exploding fireworks in front of people's homes. And that will, of course, necessarily require some communication with the impacted neighbors, or neighborhoods rather. We're also, of course, looking at planning enforcement for the county's ban on gatherings of larger than 10, communicating with the media on how people can stay safe on 4th of July, and finally working on some post-cleanup plans. I'll just note that I think in years past we've relied on help from state jail inmates, but that will probably not be available to us this year, given, I think the court probably is aware, reported infections at the Rogelio Sanchez State Jail. So that will probably be a challenge for staff going forward to organize some sort of volunteer cleanup. And of course, I'll continue to give updates to the courts as we have more information on progress on each of these items. I understand that Chief Esparza from ESD number 2 and perhaps a representative, Commander Urrutia from the Sheriff's Department are on the call if there are other questions. But if not, I believe that concludes my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Daniel. Betsy, you want to talk a little bit about Public Works and the cleanup and how we're going to manage that? It seems to be quite a challenge without having the inmates helping out.
You're muted, Betsy.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Miguel. I didn't hear the beginning of the question, but I think you're asking how we're working towards the cleanup. Generally, the county will clean up right-of-ways, but it is a massive undertaking. We normally have quite a bit of assistance. We'll work with all the measures that we have possible to access to help during this cleanup. We do clean up the right-of-ways, but generally it will take us longer this year due to the lack of assistance and depending on the turnout for the event. But our crews will respond and help in the cleanup of these areas.
Thank you, Betsy.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, comments? Chief Esparza, any comments?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. At this time, I don't have any questions unless you all have questions for me.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us. Betsy, we'll continue with the,
Thank you.
I think, Jessica.
Yes,
sorry.
sir. No action on this item. And Jessica?
Yes, thank you. Item number 12, purchasing. Approve the purchase for a padded cell renovation for the County of El Paso Sheriff's Department using GSA Schedule 84, number GS07F269AA, awarded to Cornerstone Warranty Service and Supply of San Antonio, Texas, in the amount of $95,946. Purchasing approved on May 6, 2020. Funding is available in CIP 19 SO Detention Renovation and CP Improvement 01 Miscellaneous. Further approve the reallocation of funding from CP Improvement 01 Miscellaneous to CIP 19 SO Detention Renovation.
Good afternoon. Deborah Correjo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. For this award, we are recommending that you allow the county to use the GSA Federal Schedule 84 to award the renovations so that the Sheriff's Department can complete turning one of their areas into a padded room. We may have a Sheriff's Department individual online available to talk about this, and I believe that might be Don Green.
Mr. Green, any additional comments that'll help us?
I am calling.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just trying to get, everything's freezing up on me. Hold on 1 second here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think I'm up now, right? There you are.
Yes.
Hi, Deborah. Yes, I guess I'll be speaking on behalf of the Sheriff's Department for the downtown detention facility. This is a padded room that'll be located on the second floor. What we'd like to do is be able to try to convert one of the cells and making this a padded, just making it a padded room for any type of inmates that are that puts themselves in any type of duress. The padded room would be compliant with the Texas Commission of Jail Standards and ADA compliant. This is not the location, but at least as far as for the downtown facility, we do not have one of these rooms like we do at the annex on Montana. So it's been very highly needed in the past for the type of inmates that we've been dealing with, especially for their safety as well as the safety of the officers. This is about a 2 to 3 week project. So we are hoping just for the approval here so we can get started on that. If you have any type of questions, I can easily be able to provide those for you, the answers.
Well, actually, that was going to be my question. If this is the only one, we don't have one at this time, and this would be our first one. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, at the downtown facility, this would be the first and only.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
He's still not on.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Deborah,
Item
do you
number
want to take
13.
16?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Do you want to
Thank
take
you, Judge.
16? If there's, you need, thank you, Mr. Green. Deborah, is 16
Okay.
someone on the line that, are they related? 16, if you wanted to keep Mr. Green on the line or anything?
Item number 16 is related to public defenders and the improvements to the jail facilities for remote access for our attorneys.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay, well, let's continue.
Did you want to
Head
take-
Jessica, 13.
Okay. Item number 13, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 262.024, approve and authorize the use of an exemption to purchasing procedures that allows a contract with Hardy Heck and More Inc. for the purchase of a personal or professional service. Opinion number 200618.
Good afternoon, Deborah Carrejo-Troll, County Purchasing Agent. For this item, I am requesting that you approve an authorization that's allowed in the Purchasing Act. You can award as the Commissioner's Court to a professional service without undergoing any of the policy required processes. The reason this is in the best interest of the county and awarding to Hardy Heck and More is because it is related to another project that is currently in place, and it makes a lot of sense for this to be the vendor that takes this part of the contract as well. You have the authorization to do this in the law, and I'm requesting authorization to process this, and I believe there may be a forthcoming contract. And there may be someone here to speak about that as well.
Deborah, could you be more specific as to what they're doing now, and then what they would be doing that would be relevant, just real quick, please?
I'm going to let Betsy speak about that because that's not really my area of expertise.
Okay,
I don't
perfect.
see Andrea on here. I'm not sure if Valerie is on here, but Judge, this item relates to item number 19, I believe, which is where the court is allowing, based on the original recommendation that we received back from Hardy Heck and More, this item would allow us to submit for a separate National Historic District nomination for the Segundo Barrio. And this is where we're bringing you 3 different options on boundaries and for the court to pick one of the 3 recommended boundaries. So this is the item that allows us to use Hardy Heck and More for that purpose. And then item number 19 will be the actual contract for those services. And this was previously discussed with the court.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We previously brought this item to the court when we brought back the phase 1 initial information from the Hardy Heck and More Downtown Historic District Survey.
Okay. Do you want to put 13 and 19 together so we could have Andrea or whoever's going to present, and then we'll go on to 14?
Sure. Let me pull in Valerie and...
Yeah, but we can continue, and then they could join us. So when we get to 19, we'll do 13 as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Item number 14, authorize a sole source award of NeoGov Workforce Management Solutions for the Information Technology Department to NeoGov of El Segundo, California, in the amount of $74,531.02. Funding is available in General Fund, ITD, Maintenance Repair Software.
Deborah Carrejo-Troll, County Purchasing Agent. I'm requesting the use of the sole source exemption. NeoGov is it's a system that we currently use. We've gone through the process of verifying that it is still proprietary to that company, and we're requesting award under the authorized exemption in 262.024 as a single and sole source.
Motion
Move to approve. Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Fill out.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 15, approve the use of interlocal agreement with the City of El Paso using solicitation number 2020-166, awarded to the following: Primary Rio Valley Biofuels LLC, Secondary Brewer Oil Company, and Tertiary James River Solutions LLC to provide on-site bulk unleaded fuel for county vehicles in the amounts indicated on the contract price sheets. Purchasing approved on June 3rd, 2020.
Deborah Carrejo Troll, County Purchasing Agent. In 2007, the county and the city did agree to work together for interlocals, and it does occur on a fairly regular basis, but this is a joint interlocal. In other words, when the city went out to bid for this fuel, our numbers for the county and a couple of school districts were also put into that total. And so in the best way possible, we received aggregate pricing. We're requesting that you allow us to use the interlocal and awarding primarily to Rio Valley, and secondary company will be Brewer Oil, and we have a tertiary company because this is fuel. It's considered a volatile commodity and it's very critical to the operations of the county. And if you approve this, we will continue working forward with the city on this contract.
Thank you, Deborah. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Jessica, point of reference, Commissioner Robinson just joined as the vote came on, FYI.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 16. Approve the purchase for the installation of telephone booths and enclosure interview booths in the detention facility and jail annex using DIR contract DIR TSO 3709 awarded to New IPS of El Paso, Texas in the amount of $51,317.55. Funding is available in SG COVID-19 operating expenses.
Deborah Carrejo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. This is an item that I referenced earlier when we were discussing our COVID response. I'm requesting ratification of a purchase based on the fact that the county administrator and I deemed it part of the response mechanism to have the district attorneys able to get the changes they needed in order to have very safe interactions with their clientele at the downtown detention facility. If you're approving this, you're approving our use after the fact, a ratification of the state of Texas contract for this. And I believe we have Bill Cox on to talk about why this was needed and the benefits of this.
Excellent. Bill, go ahead.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Bill Cox, your Interim Chief Public Defender. Since the start of the COVID crisis coming up, we've been working with IT and with the Sheriff's Department to identify options to facilitate our attorneys visiting with clients who are detained at the downtown jail and the jail annex virtually. And during the process, we determined that the best option was to have a dedicated telephone installed in one attorney's booth on each floor of the downtown jail and in each pod at the jail annex. The phone, in order to comply with the sheriff's security needs, will be set where when one of the detained individuals picks it up, it will dial directly to our office, and then our receptionist will transfer the call with that client directly to the attorney we have working with them. We're working through with the sheriffs to finalize the logistics. However, we envision this will be a process where we submit a schedule to the sheriffs in advance. The sheriffs will then, based on that schedule, take the individual to the pod so that we can speak with them, interview them, and provide them effective assistance of counsel. And this will not only benefit our daily operations, but it will also help to expedite the process of interviewing clients for the 48-hour bond hearings. so that our attorneys can have much quicker and easier access to get with clients, to get information about their cases, their family contacts, and be ready to present their cases to the jail magistrates over at the JMAG.
So, Bill, this will expedite the process from your point of view? It looks like several of the processes will be expedited by this request.
Yes, sir. It will both expedite processes and will eliminate the risk for our clients from any of our people going to visit them at the jails, or for any of our team members, attorneys, investigators, and social workers being exposed to any potential COVID concerns going to the jails to visit, at which they're using handset telephones. They currently wipe them down, which becomes a little difficult with using masks and gloves. However, that's the current process they're working with.
Oh, thank you. Looks like it'll be a long-term, it'll be useful way beyond our challenge at this time, but something that we could use going forward.
Absolutely.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Judge, I'll go ahead and read in items number 17 and 18. They're both from public defenders as well. Item number 17, Judiciary and Corrections. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign an agreement with IPS to install wiring and telephones and attorney visitation booths at the El Paso County Jail Annex in the amount of $41,613.27. Funding is available in SG COVID-19 operating expenses. Contract number 2020-0443. Item number 18, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement with IPS to install wiring and telephones and attorney visitation booths at the El Paso County Downtown Detention Facility in the amount of $9,424.28. Funding is available in account SG COVID-19 operating expenses. Contract number 2020-0444.
Go ahead, Bill.
Good afternoon again, Judge and Commissioners. Bill Cox, your Interim Chief Public Defender. These are the specific contracts with IPS, who is the vendor to perform the installation of the wiring on the item that the court just ratified issuance of the purchase orders for. Once we receive the court's approval, we'll work with IPS to get the phones and wiring in place as soon as possible. Our discussions with the sheriffs have already looked at the fact that we need to emphasize the work downtown first, given the number of clients we have there, both with 48-hour bond hearings, and that's where all of our clients are staying for the first 2 weeks they're detained if they're not released on bond sooner due to the sheriff's COVID response.
Move to approve 17 and 18.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very
Betsy,
much.
do we have? Oh, thank you, Bill. Really appreciate all your work. Thank you. Betsy, do we have, so we could do 13 now?
Yes, sir.
With
If we could do item
19.
13 and item 19.
Perfect.
Item number 13,
And
pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 262.024, approve and authorize the use of an exemption to purchasing procedures that allows a contract with Hardy Heck & More Inc. for the purchase of a personal or professional service. And item number 19 from Economic Development, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the contract for professional services, historical and architectural survey for the county of El Paso with Hardy Heck & More doing business as HHM Inc. for completion of a National Register Historic District nomination for Segundo Barrio. Further discuss and take appropriate action to make a selection from the 3 boundary options presented for the proposed district. Funding is available in SR Tourist Promotion Operation Expenses General Contract 2020-0440. And just for information, we do have 3 people signed up for item number 19.
Thank you.
Judge, before we do item number 19, we need to have the court approve and authorize the use of the exemption to the purchasing procedures that allows the contract because of a professional service from Hardy Heck and Moore. So we're reading these items together, but I do believe we'll need an action under item number 13, and then you can actually act upon item number 19. But Valerie can give some background on what item 13 is about in the context of the purchase, if you could, please, Valerie.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Valerie.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Valerie Venecia, Heritage Tourism Coordinator. Happy to be with you today. So we requested a purchasing exemption through the purchasing department and was approved by our county attorneys, being that quite a huge amount of the project has been completed. As you recall, when we originally initiated the Downtown Architectural and Historical Survey, Segundo Barrio was included as part of the survey area boundary. And recently the state came back and made the recommendation upon their review that we nominate Segundo Barrio separately. So this contract is being brought forth for your approval based on that recommendation. We opted for the opportunity to use the purchasing exemption because the survey portion of the project has already been completed through the downtown survey. So once a boundary is selected this afternoon, that portion of the project will be complete for both downtown and for Segundo Barrio, and we'll be able to move forward with the narrative production. The other portion of the professional services exemption recommendation comes from the tremendous amount of time savings that the county will have because the survey has already been completed. As I mentioned, we'll go forth just moving forward with the project with the narrative in light of that time savings as well.
Thank you, Valerie.
Are there
questions, comments from the commissioners?
So I move to approve item 13 so we can move on to.
Yeah, second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
So we're back to item number 19. Did you want me to read it again?
Please,
It's been read into the record, Jessica. I think we can proceed with going through the presentation.
Yes, you can.
Valerie?
All right. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Once again, Valerie Venecia, Heritage Tourism Coordinator for Economic Development. And as I just mentioned, we are bringing back the Segundo Barrio nomination for a federal historic district submission. This is based on, if you recall, back in April, at which time you gave the directive for us to pursue a nomination for Segundo Barrio based on the THC's recommendation to nominate it as its own historic district, and also to engage with the state the determination of eligibility process as a means of determining which set of boundaries would be selected for the proposed district. This is here in red, the original survey area, which, as you recall, does include both downtown Segundo Barrio, Chihuahuita, Duranguito, and north of I-10, the proposed amendment for Rio Grande. If we could go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So we just finished the determination of eligibility process. If we can move forward to the next slide. The state of Texas, we submitted 3 sets of boundaries. And believe it or not, the state also engaged with the National Park Service staff to make sure, and they did come back with the decision that all 3 sets of boundaries are acceptable. Moving forward, please. So now it is up to you, the court, to determine which set of boundaries we're going to move forward with this project. And then the next step would be to authorize the judge to sign the agreement with Hardy Heck and Moore so that we can proceed with production of the National Register Historic District nomination package to the National Park Service. Next slide, please. If you recall, at the time that we went over the different boundary options, outlined in blue here, in orange, is boundary option number 1, which has 413 total resources or total structures within the proposed district, 79% of which are considered contributing to the historic district, and 21% or 88 of those 413 are considered non-contributing to the historic district. This set of boundaries was quoted at a price of $44,165. Next slide, please. And one of the noteworthy items that we noticed right off the bat was that this particular set of boundaries excludes quite a few individually eligible and contributing structures to the district. Next slide, please. Boundary option 2, which includes all of boundary option 1 and the additional section to your southwest here, is quoted at the same price, $44,165. However, it has an increased number of 571 total resources, 78% of which are considered contributing to the historic district, and 22% which are considered non-contributing to the proposed historic district for Segundo Barrio. Next slide, please. So this is a much more all-inclusive and robust set of boundaries. It includes quite a few important sites that are important to the community and is recommended by our consulting team from Hardy Heck and Moore as the most viable option of the 3. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we have boundary option number 3, which was submitted through public comment. This set of boundaries was quoted at $49,824, has 921 total resources, 658% of which are, 658 of which are considered contributing, and 263 which are considered to be non-contributing to the proposed district. Next slide, please. And I'll share a couple of comments from the THC. They pointed out that 29% of the structures are considered non-contributing or not contributing to the historic district, and that if we were to choose this set of boundaries, there would be a bit of overlap between the 2 proposed districts for downtown and Segundo Barrio, being that the area south of Paisano from Santa Fe to Florence streets are included in the proposed boundaries for downtown. And we'll go ahead and move forward, please, to the next slide. So depending on what the objective of the county is, these are some additional comments from HHM, is that if the goal is to include as many properties as possible without duplicating or overlapping any of the structures, and if it is our goal to include large numbers of, if it is not our goal to include large numbers of non-contributing structures, then option 2 may be the best selection of the 3 proposed sets of boundaries. Next slide, please. So at this point, I'm not sure if the court would like to accept public comment before making a decision on the selection of boundaries and then moving forward with the second part of our item, which is to authorize the county judge to sign the agreement. with Hardy Heck and more.
Quickly,
Yes,
before we
ma'am.
move on, can you explain to the court the difference between contributing and non-contributing, and why the addition of so many more non-contributing properties might impact the district?
Absolutely. So when you make a nomination package to the Federal National Register of Historic Places, you can either nominate an individual structure or site, or you can nominate a whole entire district. When we finish the survey portion of the study, we need to obtain permission of at least 50% or more of property owners in order to achieve the approval of the federal government for the proposed district. So a larger number of non-contributing buildings may make it a little bit more difficult to achieve that status. Contributing buildings are considered of a character that contributes to the overall look and feel of a sense of place within a historic district. So Segundo Barrio is being nominated separately as a community neighborhood, whereas downtown focuses more on the central business district, which is one of the many distinctions that are being made between the two proposed districts. Are there any questions about contributing or non-contributing structures? Non-contributing structures would just be any building that is not considered of a specific character towards the overall look and feel of a historic district, in a nutshell.
Valerie?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Valerie.
Yes, that was a really good job on that explanation. But could you also expand? I know the court has addressed previously, if I am a non-contributing property owner and I am and the district is approved, how does that impact me as a property owner?
So the federal status as an official historic district for the National Register, the guidelines and standards for restoration or maintenance and upkeep of buildings kicks in once a property owner wishes to take advantage of federal and state historic tax credits. There has been a lot of misconceptions due to the fact that there's some language that was added to the City of El Paso's historic landmark ordinance, which it states that any federal or state district automatically becomes a locally designated district. I want to share with the court that after months and months of researching and trying to figure out how that even came about, in discussing with the project reviewer at the State Historical Commission, he assured me that, having also consulted with the federal government, that that's not actually a legally actionable item. So there's really, property owners should rest assured that even though that erroneous language is in there and the historic preservation officer and the landmark commissioner themselves are still undergoing an amendment process to remove such language, the state project reviewer wanted me to share with the court that this is not a legally actionable item. It completely contradicts everything that the federal government aims to do with these types of designations, which is surely for acceptance of federal and state historic tax credits towards the cost of restoration. Are there any questions about the landmark ordinance or any of the legalities? I know that's been a huge concern for a lot of.
So this is Commissioner Stout. So again, just to be as clear as possible, no property owner within any of these districts that are created will be made to adhere to any additional restrictions or regulations if that property owner does not accept any historic tax credits.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, Valerie,
thank you.
Just to be clear, there's no process through the city that is different if you live in one of those districts.
If you're a non-contributing member, a property owner, excuse me, and you're not looking to take advantage of any federal or state historic tax credits, there is no additional protocol. And the Ms. Velasquez from the City Landmark Commission and the Historic Preservation Officer has assured me that that's not something that they enforce themselves. They're aware of that it's an erroneous insertion into their ordinance language, and it's not something that they enforce or require.
So just, we want to be fully transparent with the court. The ordinance says that there is an additional process, but it's our understanding that they don't enforce it or follow it.
Correct, because it's not legally actionable or enforceable. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Valerie.
Absolutely.
If there's no
Other
questions or
questions?
comments, we'd like to hear public comments, please. Or have you completed, Valerie? I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all, sir. That was my portion of the presentation. I'll be on standby to answer any questions. We'll hear public comment, and then you and the court can make your decision as to which of the 3 sets of boundaries you'd like to proceed with.
Okay, thank you. Miguel, public comments, please.
Yes, Judge, we're having some technical difficulties here, but Cesar is going to assist us. If you want to unmute yourself, Cesar.
I'm placing the call right now to Ms. Barbara Welch. I'll put her on speakerphone as soon as I can get her on.
Thank you, Cesar.
Okay, the call is not going through. We're going to go ahead and try another speaker. I'll be dialing up Mr. Max Grossman. Okay, trying Mr. Grossman again. Okay, I'm getting a busy signal with Mr. Grossman. I'm going to try a third caller.
Some of our IT department personnel has informed us that T-Mobile is having issues. This could be a factor.
Okay, that is my carrier.
Yeah, I just got a text from Mr. Grossman, and he said that he's not receiving any calls. Said he's listening in, but he said that he didn't receive a call.
Let me try Mr. Grossman again. I cannot get through to Mr. Grossman as well. Having problems with the cellular service.
Miguel, will you send me the number on Teams, please?
Yes. Alexis is sending it right now.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try Barbara Welch first. I have her number. Mm. Yeah, her number is not working. Okay, let me try Mr. Grossman.
Yeah, we've even tried on both our cell phones, Betsy, to call them and put them on speaker, and we can't get through.
Okay, let me try.
If not, Betsy, we could keep going on the agenda and then have, Miguel see if they can locate them and let them know we'll be coming back on board. So if you want to
Yes, sir.
continue with Public Works or.
Yes, sir, because the call won't go through. I'm not on T-Mobile, but it won't even go through on my phone. So if we could continue and come back to this item to take action.
Absolutely.
Item number 20, Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the first amendment to the interlocal agreement project development agreement for the Fabens Airport Improvements Project with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority for the design and construction of facility improvements. No county funds are required, as $125,169.02 in funds are available from the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority Vehicle Registration Fee Bond Issuance, contract number 2020-0395.
Thank
Good
you,
afternoon,
Mr.
Judge and
Landeros.
Commissioner Landeros. Good afternoon with the Planning and Development Department. The item before you is an amendment to an existing agreement with the RMA to allow us to add some additional design dollars onto a contract that is rooted in designing some improvements to the airport, including the addition of a deceleration lane, the addition of a hangar design. The additional funds are being used to give the county flexibility in determining which direction it wants to go and whether we would want to add design services for entrance enhancements to redesign and reconstruct the road that leads from Fabens Road to the hangar sites, or whether we'd like to make some additional dollars available for construction of hangars once design is complete. We do anticipate design being complete at the end of the fall, and we would be ready to go to construction at that point. We are coordinating also closely with economic development on the possible submission of some grants, and in which case these design services would actually be a starting point for some of the grants that have been identified by economic development. With that, we would ask for the court's favorable consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions the court may have.
Thank you. Great project, and I think this will move us along. A lot of anticipation for these things to happen, so I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 21, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 241.016, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the appointment of the El Paso County Commissioners Court as members of the Fabens Airport Zoning Commission. Further, approve and adopt the appointing resolution. Opinion number 200592.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Ronderos, the Planning and Development Department. This item before you is related to the appointment of the Fabens Zoning Commission. As the court recalls, the county has engaged in an interlocal agreement with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority to hire Gainar Planning and Development to develop a comprehensive protection plan for the airport to ensure that we maximize our land use authority in the area immediately surrounding the airport. This is a rare instance where counties are actually statutorily afforded zoning authority, and it required a plan to be developed. We are in the final stages of that plan. We do have a community meeting scheduled for this Friday, the 19th. It is going to be a drive-in community meeting whereby our consultant will be presenting the information on an inflatable screen. Our staff has been coordinating very closely with Parks and Recreation on this, and so we do anticipate a good number of residents turning out Friday evening for that in Fabens. As part of that ongoing conversation that will ultimately lead the court to adopt rules and regulations related to zoning and permitting, we do have to ensure that a zoning commission is appointed. And so this would be the first time that the county would appoint such a commission for this purpose. And for the time being, our recommendation is that the Commissioners Court appoint itself as a member of, as the zoning commission. Later on, there does need to be a zoning board of adjustment appointed as well, and the court would be able to make those appointments in the future once we actually start to see permits issued and variances requested. But for the time being, we do recommend, it is staff's recommendation that the court appoint itself, and ultimately the successor in office for each office holder as members of the commission. This is something that if the court wanted to amend and appoint members of the public in the future, it could be done very easily. But to ensure that we get this process started and we get it up and running and that we work out any internal issues we may have, we do make this recommendation.
Max Grossman here.
With that, happy to take any questions the court may have.
Jose, yeah, I was going to ask, I think you answered just the pros of doing that. I think you said we can move further, quicker, and also at any point we can begin to get, members that would be from the community. So you don't see any issues with that transition, right? From moving from us being, but go ahead, Jose.
Right, no, yeah, this could come back at any point if the court wanted to amend the structure and the proposal, and then the individual, each member of the court could appoint an individual member to the commission. There will be a zoning board of adjustment that is an appellate board for individuals to appeal their decision if they don't agree with it. That one does have to be made up of individuals that are not the commissioner's court or not the governing body. And so the court will be looking at having to make those appointments once the actual zoning order is adopted by the Commissioner's Court. So in a few months, the court will be asked to do that. And at that point, I think it would be a good time to discuss whether or not the commission wanted to seek out members from the community to serve on itself, or whether the court wanted to continue to serve in that function.
And Jose, you've addressed this with legal, or I don't know if Joanne is available just to let us know if there's any issue with us sort of playing kind of a double role in the fact that we would bring things up to the court and
Right.
be on
So
the
this
commission.
this was approved by the county attorney's office. This was reviewed and this was reviewed and approved by them. And so the order that is attached was a document that actually will appoint each of you as members of the Commissioners Court in your office as a member of that board. And it's important to note that it's really the office that's being appointed and not necessarily the office holder, so that in the event there's a transition in elected official, the outgoing elected official does not remain automatically on the commission, but rather their successor in office is. So that is an important thing to note as well.
Okay, and it's a total of 5 members, Jose?
Yes, it would effectively be the court. But again, in the future, if the court wanted to amend that structure, that would be a conversation that that the court could have and potentially grow it or leave it at 5, 1 member per court. That's completely within the court's discretion.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Judge.
Betsy, I heard Dr. Grossman come in. Do we have all the? I'd rather get all the speakers ready to go so we don't have to delay the process. Miguel, are you able to get everyone
Judge,
that's going to be in public comment?
We have 2 of the 3. We're working on getting the other person. We have 2 of the 3.
Okay, we'll continue. Let us know when you've got everyone. That way we don't have any delay. Jessica, go ahead and go to 21.
Okay, item number 22. Approve and authorize the
I'm
county
sorry.
judge to sign the second amendment to the interlocal agreement, engineering services for design of the O.T. Smith Hike and Bike Trail with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority in the amount of $334,701.63. Funding is available in General Fund, EPCMP Professional Services General, contract number 2020-0381.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This item before you is an amendment to an existing agreement with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority for design services of the Torneo Shared Use Path project. More specifically, this is related to construction, engineering, and inspection services, which a majority of the funds are tangentially, are actually really looking at being a contingency in the event that there is some field condition that exists that was not accounted for in the design because it's just unknown. We have found that in areas like Tornillo and other parts of the county where record keeping was not as robust as it had been in the municipal boundaries of the city of El Paso, that there are often necessary adjustments that need to be made in field once projects are underway, and this funding source would act as that contingency in the event that we needed to do that. In addition, we will be having a project representative or an inspector on site throughout all parts of this project that is required for a project that is federally funded, such as this one, because of the documentation and paperwork that needs to be completed and submitted back to the Texas Department of Transportation for reimbursement of those grant funds. So this is not all of this funds will be spent. Any unspent funds that are encumbered will, once the project is over and the requisition is closed out, will roll into the available balance to be reappropriated in next year's fiscal year budget. So we would ask for the court's favorable consideration, and I am available to take any questions the court may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments, questions?
Judge, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Thanks, Jose. What are can you tell me what the fund that the money for this is going to be coming from? Can you elaborate a little bit on it?
Yes, sure, Commissioner. This is coming from the Mobility Fund, which is the line item in the index established by the court for a variety of projects. And so this, the funding from this project is coming from that account.
Okay, and the money that goes into that account, does it come from like the vehicle registration fees or any other type of funding that's I guess not free to use generally?
No, so this is a general fund appropriation that's in as part of the county's general fund budget.
Okay, so it's not dedicated funds or it's general fund money, and there's other funding in there. I mean, do we know how big this fund is? I think I saw like maybe $2.6 million or something like that in this fund.
Yes, sir. And so what ends up happening with this fund is because some of these projects, most of the projects are multi-year projects, we often interface with budget and fiscal policy to ensure that funds are reappropriated and carried forward into 1 year, or perhaps we encumber funds from year A and then the project is still ongoing in year B. And as a result, the available funds within the index go up because of that the way the projects end up rolling out. But once the funds are, once the project is over, the requisition is closed out, the contract is closed out, those available funds go back into the general fund for general reappropriation as budget determines their end of year balance at the end of, in development of that specific year's budget process.
So like this project and other projects that we use that fund for, are we somehow statutorily or legally obligated to spend money on those projects?
So we had been accounting for some grant match or some other transportation commitments out of this specific line item. So but in conversations with budget and fiscal policy, there is a transition to want to reduce some of that amount and move it into a specific grants account. So it's very clear where dollars that are going to be reimbursed or matching dollars for projects are located within the county's budget. So there will be some transition leading into fiscal year 21 from years past. But these requirements are, in terms of why we have to pay them, these are just the matches or the participation in some of the ongoing transportation projects that the county has committed to.
Okay. I mean, the reason I bring this up is because I feel like, you know, a lot of the cuts that we've been making, I feel like we could have looked at some of the funds and these some of the funding in this pot of funding. I mean, I feel like it's a little irresponsible of us to have not had enough funding to provide sustainable food for a large chunk of the population and trying to you know, bring more SNAP dollars into the community. But we're talking about spending $335,000 on a walking trail that, I mean, you know, I feel like, you know, it's definitely a quality of life issue. I mean, I understand walking trails are necessary, but I feel like feeding people is even more important. And so, I don't know if we can I mean, I feel like we need to. I feel like we need to go through our budget again and look at some of these projects that are not. I think they could be pushed back, or they could be either shelved or looked at doing in a future year, and take some of this money and spend it on, you know, what the necessities are at hand. And I don't feel like this is a necessity right now. I feel like this is something that could be pushed off, and that $335,000 could be allocated towards the emergency situation in which we find ourselves right now.
Judge?
Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
I think Commissioner Pettis has had his hand up first.
Commissioner.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions, Jose. Number one, where is the trail located? Just refresh my memory. And again, are any of those monies, those $335,000, going to be refunded to the county, or is any of that money grant?
Yes, sir. So the project is located along O.T. Smith Road in Tornillo and goes all the way up to Aguilera International Highway down to State Highway 20 or Alameda. And so that was designed and is going to serve the residents of Tornillo, especially with the improvements that Parks and Recreation and Public Works have worked on for Coyote Park. This local expenditure of funds is our expenditure to make sure that we document everything appropriately and that we have the necessary design for this project. This is approximately a $2.2 million grant from the Texas Department of Transportation's Transportation Alternative Set-Aside Program. And the county this was the single largest project in this specific year's allotment of projects. So the $335,000 is above our required match, but a majority of those funds end up being, a contingency just for any necessary work that needs to occur out there once they actually turn dirt and the project is actually underway. And so in lieu of coming back to the court and asking for what may, identification of funds in the future that may be necessary, this is an estimate based on what we've seen in other projects of what might be what we might encounter in the event that we don't encounter that $335,000 won't be spent. So this won't be reimbursed, but again, this is part of this contributes to the overall $2.3 million project.
Is that funding where it's coming from? Is it restricted or it's just coming out of general funds?
This $335,000 is coming out of the general fund. This is coming out of the mobility plans general fund index, which the court established in 2014, specifically for long-range transportation plans. And so we've in that specific index, there's money for land acquisition for some of our ongoing road projects. There's a professional services line item that allows us to partner with the RMA for certain things like the zoning study that was previously discussed in the last item. And this is another example of what those professional services go to ensure that we can successfully execute the county's ongoing transportation projects.
Thank you. I'm done, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge,
Commissioner Pettis, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, residents in the unincorporated territories often get left out from, major infrastructure projects such as this. This $2.2 million that is federal monies that was made available is only available to rural communities such as Tornillo. I don't even believe that other communities such as Fabens qualified for this funding. So Tornillo is one of the very few areas in our county, and Jose can talk more about it, I'm sure, that qualifies for this. So the amount of funding that's being spent on such a large project that the federal government is subsidizing is from the county's point of view, is relatively small given the scale of the project. But keep in mind, the people of Tornillo got their very first park, in the history of El Paso County just last year. This walking trail is intended to connect to that park, from O.T. Smith. There's no other major infrastructure for residents to exercise, particularly when we see here in this era of this pandemic, and we talk about social distancing, and most residents here have sidewalks and other things they can take advantage of. These folks don't. And so, if we're going to say that, that this is, irresponsible, then perhaps we should then take look at the $1 million a year that's being used to subsidize golf. That's $10 million in 10 years. So, when we use the words that this is an irresponsible project, I think we need to be very cautious about that and cognizant and put into context really how much money is coming from the feds and how much money is coming from El Paso County.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Didn't Mr. Landero say that this allocation is above and beyond the match that that we were supposed to come up with to be able to draw down the grant funding?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. So we received a discounted match rate of about 7.5%. Some of that additional funds that were so the match was approximately coming to about $450,000, and so that was reduced to approximately $150,000. And some of those excess funds were actually going to be set aside for landscaping improvements, right, to enhance the overall project, especially in front of the park site. But as a result of the process that went underway in the budget for fiscal year 20, those funds actually didn't roll over the way that we anticipated them rolling over. So we were able to identify them through renegotiation of some other contracts with the RMA, and we're able to make those funds available to still do those landscaping improvements. And so when you add the landscaping improvements plus what we expect to spend on this, you're looking at roughly 20 to 25% of the overall project cost being the responsibility of the county.
Yeah, I feel like this is a new project. This is something that we could easily say, you know what, this money could be used for. I mean, I understand everything that you're saying, Commissioner Perez, but it seems to me that it's more important to embark on trying to feed people in our community who are having trouble even eating than it is to embark on a new project. And things need to be put on a balance, I feel, and spending $335,000 on a new project. I mean, I understand that. I mean, we have to make tough decisions, but for me, it's much more important that we look at spending money on money like this that could be available for feeding people. Because you know what, you can't go out to a park and play in a park if you're not correctly if you don't have the nutrition that's needed. You can't utilize a bike path if you don't have food in your stomach. So I mean, that's the difference that I see. You know, I mean, I feel like we could be doing so much more, looking through our budget and things like this, and instead of instead of spending on things like this, spending on what the real needs. I mean, there's difference between wants and needs, and I understand that that this is something that you all want, that you might want, or that the folks in Tornillo might want, but eating, I feel like, is something that people need to do.
How necessary is golf on that value structure?
Well, this is, I mean, if you want to have that conversation, let's have that conversation. I mean, if you want to bring that up, let's talk about that. But this is a new project that we would be expending money on. The golf course, I think, we're not talking about spending more money or spending new money at the golf course. But I mean, if y'all want to have that conversation, we can have that conversation. But my point is that this is something that is new. This is something that's not been built yet. Why are we building new infrastructure? I think there are a number of projects that we could look at that have to do with building new infrastructure that could be put off. I'm not saying that it.
You there, Commissioner Stump?
Commissioner?
Seem to have frozen.
Okay, again, Commissioner,
Judge.
just to reiterate, this is a project, this was something that was identified as critical infrastructure when we prioritized and went through strategic planning. This is a one-time allocation of funds. And again, it's a rare opportunity where the federal government comes in and provides a majority of funding, particularly to rural areas like this that are significantly underserved when it comes to critical infrastructure.
And I agree, the connectivity is really important, Commissioner Pettis. You know, connecting to that park means a lot to everyone. And like I said, it's the infrastructure. At the beginning of COVID, we said that we would focus on infrastructure, that wouldn't be something that we would not try to address because of the situation, because those are things that takes us forward and continue the infrastructure that is so necessary in our community. I'm not sure. I think we lost Commissioner Stout, or
and also, just so the court is aware, it's an important public safety issue. O.T. Smith Road is the only road where literally every day hundreds of people will go and exercise. There is no sidewalk. They're just on the easement of the roadway along O.T. Smith, because there is no other walking trail or exercise option for individuals. And that's why we identified this project as something that was needed.
Jose, could you also identify when this project was started?
So this project was submitted back in 2017 and then was awarded thereafter. And then we began the design of the project then. And now we have, so we have a history of agreements with the Texas Department of Transportation for this project, where we agreed to provide the design services and for that project. And so this is really an extension of that. The design service to date have been pre-construction, but we do need these or these active construction design services in the event that we see some amount. So I have described this as somewhat of a contingency, but it's not to say that we have inflated the estimate. This is just based on what we may need in the event that we enter into some utility conflicts, or that we need some requests for information from the contractor on something within the plan set, or there's some other field condition that arises that requires clarification or further guidance. And the reason why we need the design engineer to be on board for this part of the project is because it's their design. The engineer sealed it as his or her plan set. And so it's up to them to make any modifications, especially because this is a federally grant-funded project that's being financed through pass-through dollars from through the Texas Department of Transportation, ultimately from the Federal Highway Administration.
And will the county incur any ongoing operating cost once this trail is built?
We are looking to have a conversation with the Tornillo Independent School District to see if we can enter and amend the existing agreement for the parkland maintenance, and to see if they would be willing to include this. This is a very low maintenance facility. There is landscaping, desert vegetation, and some screening and rocks and boulders. But again, the primary area where that landscaping is located is in front of the park. So we don't feel it would be too much work for the school district to maintain that footprint as immediately abuts the park. But we'll be bringing that an update to the court once we have that conversation with the school district.
Thank you.
Judge, this is Commissioner Robinson. If I could chime in.
Absolutely, Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
You know, it's very important, to understand that the infrastructure within the boundaries of the city is already established, and there are continually improvements to that infrastructure. But when you say outside the outlying areas have been promised for years to have some type of support to improve their infrastructure. So it's important, even though you say, well, the things are kind of tight, and I understand that, but then on the circumstances when you say we've got money from the federal government for this project, yes, we're taking money out of the general fund, but by the same token, when do we say that those people outside the city limits, in the outlying areas, when do we give them something? Give them some hope to realize that we're part of El Paso County and we count as well. So I support this actually because, you know, looking at the area that I support, that I represent, if you take Fabian, you talk about O'Neill, they've been left out, just as well as Connersville, Vinton, Westway, those areas have been left out. So we make promises to people that we don't fulfill. So at some point in time, we got to start somewhere. So I will support this action.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comments. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
If I'm going to stay consistent with my votes, this is a very important project, there's no doubt. But I'm worried about possible spikes in the COVID situation. And I just don't feel comfortable moving in that direction. Hopefully it can be postponed for a little bit until we have a better grip of COVID's direction in El Paso. I'm very worried about that. I'm worried about, to a certain point, I agree with Commissioner Stout. I'm more worried about our employees. And at this time, I vote no.
Commissioner Stout,
No.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Judge, we do have the three public comment participants on standby.
Perfect. So let's go back, Jessica, to the item.
Back to item number 19 from Economic Development. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the contract for professional services, historical and architectural survey for the county of El Paso with Hardy Heck & Moore doing business as HHN Inc. for completion of a National Register Historic District nomination for Segundo Barrio. To further discuss and take appropriate action to make a selection from the three boundary options presented for the proposed district. Funding is available in SR towards promotion operations expenses general, contract number 2020-0440.
Okay, the first person that we see here is Mr. Mark Calamia. Go ahead.
Hello.
Mr. Calamia, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'd like to share some perspectives real quickly on the proposed downtown historic, from the downtown historic and architectural survey that was done to nominate Segundo Barrio as a National Historic District. I come to this, as I have before, from a background I think that's somewhat unique here. First of all, I work for the National Park Service, where we are concerned about conservation and preservation of historic buildings and structures and districts. But I also come to you as a commissioner on the El Paso County Historical Commission, who's been working and following this for quite some time, as well as other preservation issues. And finally, as a native of El Paso with deep roots in this community, not only my father, but my grandfather and my great-grandfather, they are of Sicilian descent, came to El Paso in the late 1800s and settled there in Segundo Barrio, where they had a grocery store. So my grandfather actually raised my father there. And I was there recently. So what I would like to emphasize to this court is the need to maintain the integrity, the cultural integrity of this proposed National Register District by keeping in option 3 that has been proposed by Dr. Grossman and others for consideration. I know HHC favors option 2. That is, in my view and many others, really unacceptable. It lacks the contributing properties that option 3 has, which would be 658 compared to 446. And there are no duplication of properties or overlapping of boundaries, as was suggested in the presentation slides. The boundaries actually would be coterminous with the proposed downtown historic district. So there would not be duplication really, and it would be far more inclusive than what's offered in option 2. It also has includes far more in the way of churches as well as business establishments and residents there. Keeping the integrity, the cultural integrity, is critical, not just from a historic preservation standpoint, but I think from a community and a human rights standpoint as well. And somebody who comes from where several generations of my family come from, I think really deserves to be considered, because there are many other people that have similar backgrounds there that would not like to see this important district carved up in different ways that would leave out important contributing properties, not to mention the additional tax incentives that people would be receiving both from the federal and the state levels to protect those properties by building up their facades. So I know Dr. Grossman can talk more of that. So despite what HHC, the contractor's proposing, option 2 is definitely, in many people's and from a professional opinion, is not viable compared to option 3 as a standalone historic district of its own that recognizes the past, the cultural integrity, and the future prosperity of the people therein.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for your comments, and especially thank you for your service. Really appreciate what you do in our community.
You're welcome.
And the next person we have is Mr. Max Grossman.
Hello, Max Grossman here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Dr. Grossman.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you to all 4 commissioners. I am vice chair of the TRO Society, which is our local nonprofit focused on historic preservation. And I'm speaking on behalf of our 9-member board, which supports the establishment of the National Register districts in downtown. I also serve on the executive board of Preservation Texas, and my board there in Austin has voted unanimously to support this process as well. A little bit of quick historical background. In 1864, one of many floods moved the Rio Grande River to the south, and the area that is now Segundo Barrio, which was in Mexico, entered the United States. And that was formalized 1 century later in the Chamizal negotiations of 1963 to 64. The second ward, which corresponds to Segundo Barrio, was established in about 1885, and since that time has been a rectangle within cultural and historical boundaries that has been recognized ever since for the last 135 years. With the Mexican Revolution in 1910 to 1920, Segundo Barrio assumed the character of a Mexican-American barrio. Although there's an important African-American area down by 4th Street, and there was a substantial Chinese population until about 70 or 80 years ago. So a very interesting mix of peoples, really representing the immigration experience into the United States. There's so many families who can trace their roots back to that area, including, as you've seen, Dr. Calamia. Thousands and thousands of families in El Paso had their first leg up in that area. In 2016, the National Trust for Historic Preservation declared Segundo Barrio nationally endangered. And Preservation Texas and Austin, the state-level organization, affirmed that as well by unanimous vote of our board. Option 3 is the only option that is acceptable. It recognizes Segundo Barrio within its historical boundaries, which are also cultural boundaries that have been recognized for 135 years administratively, culturally, and by virtually every historical study of the area. Greg Smith of the THC, I've spoken to him on the phone, as I've told the court. fully supports that idea, fully supports that plan. His initial observations were just preliminary and not well informed. So the THC would fully be on board. I also want to point out that the hot tax, there is no more appropriate use of the hot tax than to support the creation of a National Register district in El Paso. It generates tourism. Heritage tourism is the fastest growing sector of the tourist economy in Texas. It can create jobs. It's very important for economic development. Nothing could be more appropriate than that. We're talking about a $49,000 expenditure, only a few thousand more than option 2. I think it's a $5,000 difference. So a very small difference with a lot of payback. I appreciate that Ms. Venegas pointed out that the city ordinance, which was at issue some time ago, is a non-issue, that it's not legally actionable, that there's no conflict with the city, and there's no question of depriving private property owners of their rights. So again, speaking on behalf of the Tro Society and Preservation Texas, I want to vigorously, emphatically support option 3 as the only viable option, the only acceptable option. So many people in El Paso are going to be excited about this, and it falls on the court to make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Grossman, for your comments and your time.
Thank you.
Finally, we have Barbara Welch.
Good afternoon, Judge Samaniego and commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. This is Barbara Welch. I'm the chair of the El Paso County Historical Commission. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge all of the work done on the Segundo Barrio Historical District project by Andrea Adkins Hutchins, Valerie Venecia, and the Economic Development Department, and thank them all because, I mean, they have really focused on this. They've done a lot of work. And right now, we are all seeing the results of many, many months, even years of their work. It is essential that we recognize the generations of history lived within this area, and I know that the Economic Development Department has worked diligently to accomplish this. I also know that in these times of COVID, funds are tight, but it's my understanding that the funding for this project does not come from general funds, but rather, as Dr. Grossman said, through special revenue HOP funds, which are designated to directly promote tourism. A National Historic District will definitely be a boon for tourism in El Paso. And I think it's important to take the next step on this project at this time, because just approving this is the first step in a process. And I would hope that the process is completed by the time that tourism resumes, so that the district is there and we can use it in a new promotional campaign for El Paso. As far as the option which I support, it's also option 3, as I feel that this offers the most comprehensive overview of the neighborhood, and it also allows the maximum number of stakeholders, in this case property owners, to take advantage of the benefits that this designation offers. Delineations of cultural geography are often defined by the residents who live within them. And I am confident that if we asked residents within the boundaries of option 3 where they lived, they would say Segundo. And sometimes it's just as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welch, for your time and your comments. Commissioner Stout, any comments, any additional comments?
I also want to thank the Economic Development Department for the work on this. This has been something we've been working on for a number of years, and you know, every step we take, I think you know, it becomes even more exciting to me to be able to have this recognition and this designation in South El Paso, and so you know, taking into account the presentation that Valeria gave us after doing the due diligence and the work and speaking with the THC and understanding that all 3 of the options are viable, I feel like we should go along with what our local experts are telling us with, you know, with the recommendations of our local historic commission and our local history experts and go with option 3. As they said, it provides the most impact, the largest amount of impact for property owners that may be able to tap into the historic tax credits, and really does encompass what Segundo Barrio is. And I mean, those are the boundaries. And so I'd like to move that we move forward with option 3.
Second.
Judge, I have a quick question.
Commissioner Perez.
And then was there any other input from other stakeholders, the city in particular? Was there any consultation with their historic preservation officer or central business district? Any other entity that anywhere
Valerie,
else?
Address that, please.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So I've been in contact with Ms. Velasquez and also with the chair, Mr. DJ Savini of the Historic Landmark Commission, every step of the way. And they're very excited for us to make a decision today so that both surveys for downtown and Segundo Barrio are finalized and we can begin the very lengthy and extensive outreach that we need to do to ensure that they become official and are accepted by the communities.
So the city leadership is also aware and been briefed on this. Folks like mayor or the city council rep who represents that area.
I've not personally reached out directly to city council or mayor, but I trust that Ms. Velasquez has continued to share the highlights and information that I provide to her with her elected officials. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. I mean, it's just considering that option 3, I mean, it essentially goes from Santa Fe to Cotton south of Paisano. I mean, that's a large swath of the area. I just wanted to just be sure that the city leaders were, I guess, on board with something like that, or if there was any opposition or any commentary regarding that, considering how large, I guess, option 3 is.
The entire study boundary area was quite extensive. If you recall, the recommendations for the downtown central business district is pretty different from what we originally submitted to the THC, in addition to the feedback that Segundo Barrio be nominated separately. And to the best of my knowledge, the Landmark Commission and the Preservation Office have been very much in parallel with our goals and objectives of sharing these opportunities for property owners to take advantage and see some restoration take place within both of the proposed districts. I think at the end of the day, everyone really just wants to see this finalized and move forward, and a lot more activity downtown.
Thank you, Valerie.
Judge, a question.
Yes, sir.
What was the staff recommendation again?
Valerie?
My recommendation would be for the court to please select from the 3 acceptable sets of boundaries, and then to please authorize the judge to sign the agreement with Hardy Heck and Moore. Just a friendly reminder that the survey for both downtown and Segundo Barrio expires as of July. So the sooner that we can come up with a decision and move forward, the sooner we can move forward with the production of the nomination packages for both of the proposed districts.
Judge, sorry, Andrea Hutchins, Economic Development. I think what Commissioner Robinson is asking is what staff recommendation was as far as for the options. And staff has, so staff has decided to make the recommendation to go with Hardy Heck and Moore's option of option number 2. Valerie, if you want to maybe give the court some idea as to what you were expressing when you were mentioning overlap, I think that could kind of give the court some additional input as to why, especially considering that there is a significant amount of money. I mean, I realize to some people $5,000 may not be a lot, but right now with COVID, I think every dollar counts. So if you could maybe give the court a little bit of a background as to why we went with that option.
Absolutely. So what they meant by overlap is basically from Santa Fe, south of Paisano, all the way to Florence, and then by way of 7th Avenue South. Those streets are included in the proposed boundaries for downtown, which means that all of the structures that are considered individually eligible or contributing would basically belong to both the downtown district and the Segundo Barrio district. So that's what we mean by overlap or duplication of information submitted to the federal government. HHM would have to produce narratives for those structures for both the downtown district nomination and for Segundo Barrio. So those property owners would essentially belong to two districts. This is not unheard of or uncommon, but it's just something that they wanted you to be aware of as part of your decision-making process.
Okay, so the consultants that we hired to do the study, are they professionals?
Yes, sir, absolutely. They're an architectural firm who has submitted quite a few nominations throughout the entire state of Texas. Most recently, I shared that they submitted a similar one for Brownsville for their downtown, which resulted in similar results that we received based on how conservative the National Park Service has been when it comes to integrity as of late. And so this is how we've arrived at this point with two proposed districts as opposed to just one for downtown.
Okay, so we hire consultants to do the work for us, and how much do we pay them?
The downtown survey was $139,000 and change, and we are saving nearly $100,000 by continuing forward with HHM, being that they've already completed the survey for Segundo Barrio under the downtown survey boundary. Hence the professional services exemption.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Any other questions?
Just a second, Commissioner Pettis.
So then, so on the overlap, I mean, what's, I guess, looking at option 3, which was spoken about during public comment, I mean, what's the benefit to having that overlap if there's already one district that goes from Santa Fe to Florence, as you mentioned, and this one would begin at Campbell to the west and then Cotton to the east?
There's no additional benefit other than that those property owners consider themselves being located within two very special, very powerful locations within our history here locally. They would belong to both the Segundo Barrio district and downtown's central business district.
And this is Barbara Welch. I think that that there is cultural continuity within the area. And I think that is important for us to stress because it is not only important in the minds of the people that live within the area, it's important historically, but it could also become important as far as a marketing tool to have an area that is so culturally defined, that has been defined for over 100 years, and we're going to promote that to tourists around the world. And having that singular continuity, that historical space for us to promote, I think is really important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welch.
So we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Bettis?
What's the motion?
Option 3.
Okay, I mean, I see no reason to go with option 2, so I'll vote no on option 3.
Commissioner Leon?
Yes, I agree. I mean, we hired these people to do the study for us. This is what we're paying them for. So I really would go in the direction of option 2, so I vote no.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
My vote is for option 2, so I vote no.
Judge Salmanieco?
Aye.
Motion fails.
Christina, can we bring up, make another motion? Because obviously all of us support this. It's just
Yes, sir.
the details. Okay,
Yes, sir.
at this point, I'd like to make a motion to support item or option number 2.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
No.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
No,
Motion carries.
thank you.
Now brings us back to item number 23. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the master interlocal cooperation agreement with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute for a variety of transportation studies, research, evaluations, and other services. No county funds are required except as requested and approved by individual project task orders. Contract number 2020-0413.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This item is a renewal of effect of an existing cooperation agreement with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute. They are a research arm of the university system and do a variety of studies for not only the county, but for the Texas Department of Transportation, City of El Paso, Sun Metro, and all local transportation agencies. So what this agreement does is allow us to outline the general terms of our partnership, identify a path to initiate task orders for specific projects, and have that form and process standardized to expedite the further release of them to conduct any work as funds are available and as these task orders are approved by the Commissioners Court. So this is a 5-year agreement. The one that we have in place is set to expire, at the end of this calendar year. So we're just a few months ahead of schedule in renewing that and getting that up and running. With that, we would ask for the court's favorable consideration. Happy to take any questions the court may have.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 24, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the development of the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization's 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan and the active call for project.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. José Nettles with the Planning and Development Department. The item before you is regarding the upcoming submission to the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO's 2050 call for projects. As you can see on the attachments that were included with the item, there is a significant amount of projects that are being proposed for inclusion and submission to the MPO, along with financial breakdown of what that commitment may look like by year. I would like to start the presentation by prefacing it and stating that not all these projects are going to be funded. What this is an identification based on the major master thoroughfare plan that the county developed and is finalizing as we speak. That plan is in a stage that does allow us to identify future roadway needs and future projects. And so what we've done is we've extracted those projects and have submitted them or are proposing to submit them to the MPO. At that point, the MPO would run those projects through a decision-making tool that is known as Decision Lens. And what that tool does is identify which projects are priorities based on the variety of inputs that are determined by the MPO in consultation with all the region's transportation agencies. So at this time, what is being proposed is somewhat of a wish list of things that if we had infinite resources and infinite staff time, what would we do and how would we go about doing it and when would we do it? And this is that exhaustive list. But we do recognize again that that is going to be narrowed down in scope and size. Not all projects are going to make it because these projects are going to be competing with other regional projects of significance, including those from the city of El Paso, city of Socorro, San Elizario, Clint, Horizon City, Vinton, Anthony, and of course the Texas Department of Transportation's El Paso district. So I will go through the exhibit that is up on your screen right now to just show some of the projects and highlight a majority of those, and then happy to answer any questions that the court may have. So this first slide on the exhibit is focused on the west side of El Paso. You can see here that the major road project that is long overdue for this area is the 4-lane extension of Tom Mays Road, which would connect Westway to the city of El Paso, specifically to Loop 375. The reason why this roadway is so critical is because in the event of a traffic incident on the interstate, there is no viable north-south parallel relief route to the area. And so this would serve as that relief route. This is a project that's highly supported by TxDOT because of that reason, because residents in Westway, if there was an event, an emergency, would only have one way in and out of their community at this time, and this would provide them a second major alternative out of that area. And in conjunction with that, the reconstruction of Westway Boulevard for that half-mile stretch would ensure that there is connectivity. And I think in that area, we're really looking to provide for, an alternative design that would really introduce new concepts and maybe really create a boulevard feel along Westway to really help improve the sense of place that would exist out in the Westway community. And then last, in the area, you have Los Mochis, which is a east to west road that connects on the other side of the interstate. We would actually just take that up to east of the interstate and connect it to Tom Mays. But you can see here that Tom Mays is currently in the MPO planning documents today, and we are requesting that it remain in place. There are design funds that are available for that project as of now, and construction funds as well. So we would like to continue that. As this project is submitted, it may rank higher or lower than what we're proposing it, where we are proposing it to be located in terms of fiscal year. And we would bring that back to the court for ultimate adoption, right? And so that's another clarification that I should have mentioned is whatever the court approves us submitting today, we would take to the MPO, await their results and their analysis, and then bring the final project listing back for the Commissioner's Court's ultimate adoption and consideration. So these are the projects on the west side. Next slide, please. So these are the projects in the southeastern part of El Paso County. You can see here that the major project is the widening and reconstruction of Darrington from the Horizon City limit all the way down to Interstate 10. Darrington is currently one of the projects that will begin construction in the next year, but that is north of Eastlake. This is south of Horizon, and ultimately it will align with what we are doing in other portions of Darrington. The portion of Darrington that runs through Horizon City is actually set to be completely redesigned and reconstructed in the next few years. So we're proposing this project to be located in the outer years because you can see there's a lot of undeveloped land. So there's not an immediate need today, but our purpose in getting this into the to the MPO is to ensure it's located within the MPO's planning documents. That's key because in the event that there was some major development that needed the county's support to expand roadway infrastructure in the area, having the project already in the MPO's planning documents gives us an advantage to accelerate that project as opposed to initiate one from scratch. Another worthy project, and actually one of the projects that ranked probably one of the highest in terms of future need for the county, is the reconstruction of Ascension Street, which connects Horizon City all the way to Montana Vista. So it's about a 9-mile roadway right now that has been constructed with work by our infrastructure services department. In the future, as development arrives in the area, if there's a boom of industrial or further residential development, further widening that road is going to be a big priority for that. So these projects are primarily located in the outer years of the plan. As you see on the agenda item, the plan actually goes all the way to 2050. So these are not necessarily priorities today, but they are priorities that are located 30 years out from today. And the MPO does request that we forecast our needs that far out. That is what all MPOs do. And for a long period of time, the county was not doing that as well as we could have. We would do 1 or 2 projects here and there. But with the facilitation of the Master Thoroughfare Plan, we have a technical document that can guide our decision making and make these recommendations for us that are based in demographic analysis and projections, as opposed to just the thoughts of staff or the Commissioner's Court. But obviously this accounts, or rather this allows for the Commissioner's Court to still make adjustments as the court sees fit. Next slide, please. So this is where a bulk of the projects are located. This is also where a bulk of the development and population are located at this time, and that is a result of why so many projects are located. You can see on the far right side of the slide, Ascension Street coming up. One important thing to note is that the proposal that is being submitted would actually realign Ascension and take it from its existing alignment and shift it slightly to the west to allow for that full road to be constructed and intersect with Montana. Some other projects that are worthy are continuations of some projects that we currently have, like Vista del Sol. The county recently completed and opened that roadway last year. But in the future, as development occurs, Vista del Sol, extending it east of where it currently ends at Charrington, might be a necessity. John Hayes and Tierra del Este are located right there off of Vista del Sol. You can see that north-south parallel connectivity that provides to Loop 375 and to Zaragoza. And that is one of the reasons why those projects specifically are considered to be such a high priority for the county, and also why the El Paso district of TxDOT supports those projects, because similar to the Westway project, in the event of a traffic accident on Loop 375 or on Zaragoza, there's no alternate route in the area. And so these two roads would act as relievers and provide greater north and south connectivity where there is none to date. One last thing that's very much worth mentioning is that while we will submit these, and these projects may end up in the final planning documents at the MPO, in the event that a private developer comes in and begins to develop their subdivisions or their commercial or industrial development, because these projects are located both in our thoroughfare plan and in the MPO planning documents, that would ensure that those projects are I apologize. I just received notice that I was disconnected, so I'm not sure where I cut off. But I was just mentioning that while these projects are going to be in the MPO planning documents and in our thoroughfare planning documents, in the event that a developer came in and began developing either their residential or commercial development, they would still be required to build out these roads, right? So these are the roads that the county has identified as being necessary or in the future, but that does not necessarily mean that the county will be completely always responsible for these roads. But these are the existing needs based on the projected growth and data that was taken into account and analyzed by our consultant when they were developing the thoroughfare plan. I do believe that's the last slide. So happy to take any questions the court may have. Oh, excuse me. So this is just a detail of Ascension and the realignment. You can see here it shifts to the west, as I mentioned, primarily through area that is undeveloped, and that would provide greater connectivity to Montana of the larger facility. And then on the right side of the screen, you see Bob which this little spur is going to be very necessary as this area continues to develop. This is a particularly important road for law enforcement to have in place because of the issues that occur in that part of the desert. There's a lot of off-roading and discharge of firearms that occur on the weekends and even during the weekdays that negatively affects the businesses and the residents in the area. And so with the extension of Mission Ridge, which is where Bob Hope currently terminates on the right side, that has given law enforcement greater access to that area. It's curbed some of that activity. But once this roadway goes in, I think it very much lends itself to being developed in the future. And as a result, a lot of those nuisance issues that exist for residents and businesses in the area would subside. So those are the major highlights. There is an additional attachment that was on the item that showed the cost per year, per fiscal year. When I sent that over to Wally, I think he probably had his eyes crossed or probably fainted. I hope someone was there to catch him because those are large dollar amounts. But those dollar amounts, again, are forecasted out into the future. And those dollar amounts include an annual 4% inflation rate because that is what the MPO requires. So you can see that the immediate need is, 1 or 2 projects a year. There may be alternative funding sources that come down from if there's additional savings in the vehicle registration fee, bond proceeds. But for the most part, we wanted to make sure the court was aware that those projects, that would be the cost of including those projects, in the future. But we're not seeing any major expenses until, in the next few years. So it's not as though there's an immediate need to begin to appropriate large amounts of dollars to that. And even if and then just to add one more time that the process at this point is just to submit, and then we would bring back the final list for ratification. So in the event that the COVID-19 situation has continued and the pandemic has given us more of an economic challenge, we can always scale back the projects that are going to be finally included in the MPO once we bring that final list back for ratification. But really at this point, non-technically speaking, we're looking to throw everything against the wall and see what sticks at the MPO, and then come back and present that list to the court for its ultimate consideration. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the court may have on this item.
I want to hear from Commissioner Perez as how it fits into the entire MPO and everything we're trying to accomplish as a county.
Well, this is part of the planning process, and this is our long-term planning document. So many of these projects aren't going to come to fruition. They're dependent not just on county dollars, but also on federal matches. And that's been the issue, is that there's a dwindling amount of funding available. But nonetheless, these projects have to be included for planning purposes. I think all of them are very important, very critical projects. I wish they all could get funded at the end of the day, but it's unlikely. I think as the years go down, these projects move from the long-term document to a 10-year document, then to the 3-year document, as funding is identified. And so I think the approach that staff is taking is a prudent one, where we're trying to put as many projects out there that could qualify for additional funding. And then if approved, we'll have those projects sort of on the waiting list or wish list, however you'd like to look at it. And then as funding comes down, we'll be able to proceed and be in a stronger position to leverage funding.
Thank you, Commissioner Perez.
Judge, I just have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
When do we anticipate getting the results back from MPO?
Yes, sir. So that's a little bit difficult to say. Last year, or not last year, but the last time the MPO engaged in this process, we had a similar item in April of 17, and then we presented the final list April of 18. I do believe this process will probably go by in a much smoother fashion than it previously did. So I would say that in 6 months' time is a pretty good estimate of when this whole process will be over. And in the event that it takes longer than that, we can make sure to bring an item back to the court just to apprise the court of the situation. And also, we've begun to introduce MPO highlights after every month's board meeting. We make the entire court aware of any decisions that have some broader implications on MPO issues that were discussed. And so we'll make sure to include those highlights and those pieces of information to the court, so that way the court's aware of how this process is moving forward, and what projects are being included and what projects likely won't be included.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis. Oh, go ahead.
Aye.
Well, hold on. Hi, this is Christina. Real quickly, what is being approved for the record? I think it was just posted as a discuss and take appropriate action. Are those on your recommendations,
Oh,
Jose?
yes. Yeah, I apologize. Yes, Christina, you were absolutely correct. That was my oversight for not including that.
Oh. So
We wanted to see if the court had any questions or any modifications to what's being submitted. If there is none, then what we would do is we would post this on the consent agenda next week, and similar to what we did with the infrastructure fund projects, just receive formal ratification and then begin to upload all of these projects into the submission portal for the MPO. So we are not requesting any action today, rather just seeking input. And then if there is any input, we can amend the existing submission and then put that on consent for next week for formal adoption, and then that would allow our staff to move forward with that. And I apologize for that oversight, but Ms. Sanchez is correct.
Thank you.
So no action. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so open no action for item number 24. Item number 25, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Department of Transportation project grant agreement for the FY 2020 5311 CARES Act funds in the amount of $2,640,043 for continued rural El Paso County transportation services. No county match required. Contract number 2020-0462.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This is the project grant agreement for the CARES funding that was made available specifically through the Federal Transit Administration for rural transit. It's in the amount of $2.6 million. The court previously approved the submission of this. We have now received the grant agreement, which will allow us to start to receive and expend those funds. No county match will be required for our expenditure of funds during the time that we are using this funding source. Ask for the court's favorable consideration and available to take any questions the court may have.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Department of Transportation Section 5339 fiscal year 2020 bus and bus facilities project grant agreement in the amount of $823,651 to provide funding toward the El Paso County Transit's ongoing passenger shelter projects, as well as capital equipment for continued commuter bus service. No county match is required. Contract number 2020-0461.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. This project grant agreement is specific for some funding that the Texas Department of Transportation has made available through a discretionary grant program to the county for the construction of bus shelters, approximately 8 to 9, depending on how they are bid out. The court previously approved the submission of this grant application as well, and we are asking for the court's favorable consideration of this grant agreement. Happy to take any questions the court may have.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 27, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the First Amendment lease rider to the lease agreement with the Region 19 Education Service Center and the United States Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families for the installation of a modular building at the Sparks Head Start Center. Further discuss and take appropriate action regarding the development of a new lease with the Region 19 Education Service Center at the Sports Park site. Contract number 2020-0208.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros, the Planning and Development Department. This item is related to the current agreement that is in place with Region 19, whereby the educational center actually leases a portion of the Sparks Park area from the county for the purposes of having their classroom space. And you can see here on the exhibit that's pulled up what that footprint looks like. As this was being evaluated by Public Works, we had a conversation with Region 19 about the possibility of relocating them closer to Payne Road, which is that north and south road that you see there on the right side of the aerial. And what we wanted to do was locate them near that side of the road to open up the park facility, because right now, as you can see, there is green park space on the left with some playgrounds, and then you have the basketball courts and skate park area on the other side of the Region 19 Center. So those two parts of the park don't function together as well as they could if Region 19 was on the other side of those facilities. As we were having that discussion with Region 19, that was actually when the COVID-19 crisis began, and when budgetary issues really rose to the forefront of that, of what the county was dealing with. So we did have a conversation with them about how much it would cost for them to relocate, and to see if the county would be able to partner with them on financing that relocation, to be a good partner, provide them the lease and the area that they need, while also effectively making our county park more operational. And what the item before you does is approve a lease rider that was requested by Region 19, because the Educational Service Center is actually set to receive federal funds to expand their classroom space there within the existing footprint. They wouldn't be, they would just end up taking a few of those parking spaces away. And so this amendment to the contract is required for them to receive those funds. But we thought we might be able to capture moving them and this lease rider in one action, but because of budgetary constraints, that does not necessarily look to be the case. So what this item does is approve the amendment, but then also request the court ask for the court to request the county attorney's office, in conjunction with Public Works, begin to renegotiate the lease with Region 19 to identify what we're going to call a preferred alternative site, so that in the future, if funding became available, either from Region 19, from the county, or through some sort of grant, we would be able to use those funds and automatically move the Region 19 facilities to that new location without having to come back to the court for guidance. And here you can see what that might end up doing for the footprint, right? We would construct a new basketball court and have some additional green space. But that is what the action item is today. I know that Mrs. Myers is on the available and will present a little bit more about why this matters in terms of providing that connectivity between the park sites.
Veronica, are you on the call?
I'm calling her in, Judge.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Miguel.
Hi, Veronica. You're on and you're muted right now.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I just want to thank Jose and Lydia for taking parks into consideration in this lease. This was definitely a team project, and I know that it will be a better outcome for everyone, especially the community, because that'll improve our level of service by providing increased visibility for safety in the park. Right now, if you have a younger child in the playground, you can't see who's in your other child in the basketball court, visibility, including the front of the park still being closed off. So this was for greater functionality, which will include improved accessibility to the whole space, not just the park, but also to Region 19. So, I really want to thank them and thank you for taking this into consideration.
Thank you, Veronica.
So, Jose, just to clarify, so there might be two action items here. The first one would be for the judge to the authorization to sign the lease rider, the First Amendment to the lease agreement with Region 19, and then second was your recommendation that you had just spoken about, Jose?
Yes, that's right. And that's to request that the county attorney's office work with Public Works to renegotiate a lease with Region 19 to identify new contract terms, including the preferred alternative location site within the park, and then figure out what that ends up looking like. And Region 19 has been very cooperative and very understanding, and I think what we're doing in recommending that is ensuring that we take advantage of the leadership that's in place there and their willingness to look to relocate the site at this time. And so we want to make sure that we capture that capture that in an actual contract with the county at this point.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
This now brings us to item number 30, Budget and Finance. Approve amendment number 35 to the County of El Paso's 2019 through 2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $60,000, thus increasing the overall budget of $512,402,094.67 to $512,462,094.67.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup for this week's amendment was included with the weekly highlight from Ms. Keller. There are no COVID-related amendments on this week's budget amendment. Would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Wally. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone.
This now
Thank
brings us to item number 31, executive session. Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss item 31A through 31C, Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and 551.087, Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 546-2048.
But he sounded busy.
Go ahead.
Betsy.
Hey, we're up. Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 32, approve and authorize the county judge to sign a Chapter 381 Economic Development Agreement with Project Innovate. Contract number 2020-0407.
Erica?
I think they might have left because they thought we were going to go back, but I'm calling them back.
I'm here.
Yeah, we're staying in this meeting. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Go ahead, Erica. You could read
Sorry,
the
I
motion.
left too. I'm sorry. Let me pull.
Or read the item, sorry.
The item has been read in.
It's been read in.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Eric Rosales, Assistant County Attorney. If it's the will of the court, the motion could be to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Chapter 3D1 Innovation in Manufacturing Program Economic Development Agreement between El Paso County and O10 Medical LLC.
So move. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
So you beat me to the punch. I was going to say that this is a locally owned business, and they're also veterans, and we're anxious to promote veterans in this community. As you indicated many times, the veterans capital of the world. So I move that we approve.
Well, thank you. Those additional comments will help our public. Thank you.
There was a motion by Commissioner Robinson. Is there a second?
Second. I had made the motion and he's seconding.
Okay, Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
We do have one last item. We just need to delete item number 31 from executive session. Discuss a personnel matter regarding an office specialist senior for the Justice of the Peace Precinct number 5 office pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Can we have a motion to delete this item?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. And this completes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Well, thank you. We 4 o'clock or 3:58. That's really nice. A little change. So thank you. Everybody have a great week. Look forward to everybody being safe. Take care, and thank you for participating at Commissioner's Court. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
This
Thank you.
concludes
Have a good
today's meeting at 3:58 p.m.